He said senior.
Right.
Wait a minute.
All right,
I'm the
so
oldest one. Sorry.
secretary's report.
There is nothing to provide on the secretary. That I know of.
And
No.
this,
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
the election.
I'm sorry. Oh, that is senior. So, this has to do with the election community. And it's a report provided to me by Sandy Hagan, who was the head of that committee, with input from the others who served on that committee. So I'll just read the report that she's provided. Please be advised that there has been a change to our membership roster and it affects 7 ballots. The membership roster that was provided to you shows 7 accounts in the name of long deceased Marlena. And there's a list of those accounts. Our membership roster has been changed to reflect the new owner. And this really is an email that was provided to our auditors. Then our membership roster has been changed to reflect the new owner, Bentonville Investments LLC, Jason Long, corresponding to those account numbers. Mr. Long inherited those properties, and the auditors would receive the ballots in the new name for those accounts. There were 2 accounts in the name of Todd Durden and Gretchen Durden. For those accounts, only the address was changed from the Brackettville address to an address in Colleyville, Texas. There's an account in the name of Sandwich, Donald and Darlene. That property was sold months ago to Beverly Hadley, whose address is in Lampasas, Texas. And there were a few other ballots that were sent out that included the name deceased in the address. And the auditors had said to me that they would designate those ballots as invalid. I, as a secretary, attempted to contact anyone associated with the ballot that was addressed to an address that included in the name deceased and received no response from anyone regarding those particular ballots. There were 4 individuals that requested to replace or reissue new ballots due to the fact that they did not receive ballots for some reason. Must have been a glitch in the mail. And I did reissue, as secretary, I did reissue 4 new ballots and urged them that if they did get the ballots ultimately in the mail, that they would return them to our executive secretary. I don't believe we have received any of those. However, the auditors were aware that they would check the ballots off against our membership roster, and certainly they wouldn't count more ballots than those that were assigned to the names on the membership roster. I did think that I was going to receive an additional report from Ms. Hagan. Did you not receive it? Let me bear with me for a second and let me check my email. As of yesterday, had not received one, but let me check real quick to see if Ms. Hagan provided one. Because at this meeting, we would discharge any further obligation by the election committee.
I think did we not discharge him last month?
Well,
Or because you weren't?
maybe because I wasn't here, but I know that Ms. Hagan wanted some input from the other members of the election committee regarding possible changes. Do you know whether there were any?
There were,
There were.
but I don't think that there were. Sandy was talking about.
Well, I'm looking at my email and I don't have a report. Maybe we can do it at the annual meeting, which would be the 30th of this month. But I'm certainly satisfied as a secretary that the election committee did one heck of a job. It's time consuming, it's intense, and to their credit, everyone on the committee really paid attention closely, and this may have been reported before, but we had 1,646 people on our membership roster. At the end of the day, when all ballots were stuffed, or the envelopes were stuffed, and by the way, I want to give a big hand to all of the volunteers that came and helped to do that on the day that the ballots were mailed out. But at the end of the day, after one final count, we had 1,646 ballots go out. So everybody was pleased with that. But I do think at this point in time, other than providing Ms. Hagan's final report, that the election committee would be discharged
Actually,
until September of next year.
John found it. We did discharge them last month.
Okay, well, then
So
we'll do
we're
it
just waiting
again.
on the report.
We can do it again, we'll just wait on the final report.
Okay.
I know that there were a few suggestions about changes, and it was some minor things that would maybe make it a little easier, but everything went very well. And so now we simply await, as you know, the deadline for receiving those ballots was the 11th of this month. And I have not heard back from the auditors yet. I'm sure they're in the process of counting them, and we will get the results at the annual meeting. That's it.
Thank you.
So actually, if you go to treasurer.4clark.com, you can see graphs and what's updated. But the one thing I did notice was, since I've been on the board and since we got the ERC money, at least as the end of month cash balances, we had a little over $1 million. It actually went up $40-some thousand due to collections and other things we've been doing, but we actually saw a positive. I know it's a simplistic view of accounting and there's checks out and all this, but at the end of last month, we had more money than we did, and that has not been the trend. Something going on good. And got the Fidelity accounts open, just discussing how best to utilize them, how much money to put, what to pay out of there or not pay out of there, different factors there. And yes.
Can you just give us some idea of how well or not well the motel is doing?
Yeah, I had a motel paper. It said 20 grand or something.
It just looks like it's in the mornings when I'm down here in the stalls.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a comparison
It
report.
wasn't a comparison. It just said 20 grand in
Yeah.
revenue. Is that revenue?
It is.
Yeah,
21,000
in revenue, which is up by 6,000 from last month, or from January, because of we had a big retreat here. This is normally our lowest
Part of the year.
part of the
And
year.
are we completely full for the solar?
Yes.
Thank you.
Our preference would be that y'all come up to the mic when y'all are talking, so that everyone can hear you as we're recording the meeting, please.
We did,
Mike, please.
we did
Could you
see,
Can you
repeat
come
that?
up? What's that?
Could you repeat that website again, that we can look at the graphs? and-
Treasurer.fortclark.com. Like, instead of www, type the word treasurer.fortclark.com. It's got various graphs in there that I put together. And you can email me also at treasurer@fortclark.com. It's the same as my email. as the address. You can email me to my treasurer. I will answer any questions about the graph or the transaction.
We did receive, as Jason said, an influx because of the letter that was sent out for all of the delinquent accounts. That's another reason why February is up, so that's good. People are coming in and clearing up their accounts and coming up to date. Normally don't ask, but do we have any other questions you'd like to ask about the financials this morning?
I would like to state something about the accounts. We still have an issue, since we're on TV land, we still have an issue with people that are not paying on time or behind, have not caught up with their fees. We would encourage all those members, if there's an issue, come on in. We'll work with you to get your accounts up current. It is imperative to the entire FCA that members be current. No one's losing any services. Thus, please get current with your accounts. Thank you.
And I'll put a little announcement in. Please make sure you've given your email address and all your updated information. We're still trying to collect all that data because statements will go out through email from QuickBooks every month showing the status of your account. But we can't do that without an email. So please spread the word.
Notices will be sent out this month, correct?
We don't have enough email addresses to send. But we will be contacted.
Oh, the most delinquent people will be contacted?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Do you know how many emails do we have, or how many lots we have active?
No, I don't. Is that it for the treasurers? Just a quick board report this morning. As we all know, the annual meeting is on March 30th. We're looking to do, barring the weather, a community luncheon after the meeting down at the pool area to just kind of celebrate the year and all the craziness that's happened and the fixes that have been done to the pool and just kind of come together as a community. We have finished interviews for the GM and we'll hopefully have a name by the annual meeting or the person. So we're excited about the ones we have to choose from. We also will have the audit for 21-22 at the annual meeting. And the 22-23 should follow within a month or so after that, Lord willing.
Did you give the time that it began?
10 a.m. And it'll be at the Post Theater. And I think that's about it for just a quick update. So we'll go into committee reports. Do we have an airport report?
No, we do not have an airport committee report, and we haven't had an airport committee report for a long, long. I have not personally reached out to any member of the committee, but I did ask Cassie to email specifically to the airport committee that we had not had a report in a long time, and we received no response. It is my goal, my personal goal, to look further into that so that we can get a better grip on what's going on with the airport committee and what's going on at the airport.
We do have the authority to disband that committee. We started.
That
Well,
may
it
be-
is a
that may-
board committee.
Yeah, that may be on the agenda
Okay.
soon. Because I don't understand why we haven't had a report from the airport committee for so long. Actually, I wanted to have something done about that before today, but for various reasons have been unable to. I wanted to give them one more chance to respond, and they have not responded. So we do, or it is my goal.
Architectural?
Since the board's February 17th meeting, we've rejected one permit request. We're working with that person to rectify what needs to be done. We've approved two other permits and we've dealt with multiple violations. Once again, my monthly plea, this committee is required for an HOA. Joe Alacknis's last meeting will be March the 26th, and we'll be down to 3 members. We're at the bare minimum for a quorum. One of our members often cannot attend due to work, and if we don't have a quorum, we will not meet, and permits will be held up until we do have a quorum. We really need to have some members step up and apply to be on this committee.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Francis.
Brenda.
Francis, can you give us, maybe we've already talked about this, but could you give us some of the time commitment that it would be in case there's people that are scared of the time commitment?
Well, first of all, we're not a scary committee.
Well,
I do know. We meet every Tuesday at 5. We're usually 3 by 6. We try to work with people that are coming in and asking for permits to guide them and help them. We give them suggestions on how they might be able to do it better. We're trying to be a very friendly committee, not overbearing or anything. Sometimes if people don't get their way, they think we're overbearing, but we're not. And it's just a really relaxed time. We do try to go out before the meeting and look at the properties. That might not be necessary with some of the changes we're making, but yeah, it is a weekly commitment. Of course, if you're out of town or you're sick or something, then we excuse you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Francis. Golf?
Are you taking questions now, I'm sorry?
Golf?
Golf committee?
They went by the airport.
I have a golf committee report. The Los Moras Memorial Tournament went smoothly. We had 36 two-man teams. Weather was perfect. Several teams came up from out of town. We will be issuing 2 scholarships to Racquetball Independent School District seniors as a result of this tournament. We're grateful to all volunteers who spent hours out on the course, especially on the hole where a chance hole-in-one would win a car. Did anybody win that? I don't
No.
think so.
No.
No.
Anybody get close?
Thanks to the ladies who provided desserts and to those who helped serve the meal. The tournament was a team effort. We had the best team. March 30th will be the end of the month tournament. It's always a lot of fun, and Easter weekend usually brings in visitors from out of town. We welcome everyone to join us. Respectfully, Katie Brown.
Reservation.
Have a huge secretary of the preservation. We met on Wednesday, the 13th. Global Glass has finished the contract of repairing some of the panels, or actually they repaired about 60 window panels in Dickman, Seminole, and the Service Club. We did miss a few, so we'll have to go back and look at some of those, but the majority of the windows, broken windows, have been repaired. We also approved the contract for Seminole Hall, and we hope to have that work begin here in the next few weeks. We are looking for the inspections from the Historical Commission, probably within the next 3 weeks. Once we get those inspections, then we will be hitting the repairs needed for those buildings so that we can bring them all back up to green. Even if we do just minors or, some stuff on the buildings and not complete, I think that is our goal for this year of the Preservation Committee, is to get our buildings back in green status. Thank you.
Thank you so
I
much.
have a quick question. Sorry.
I have a question.
Oh, I noticed on the initial report they sent, they dinged us on some of the caulking for windows. What were
Right.
done previously.
Yes.
So the windows have been installed. Have we been able to get back around to paint all the caulking?
They were supposed to paint all the caulking that they installed.
Okay.
And that's one of the things that we're going to get done, is the ones that they did not install, they're going to come back and paint those. And there was a couple windows that they could not see because the way that the building was, I guess, the sun or whatever, but they didn't catch those windows. They're going to come back and do all this. And we'll be presenting another contract for that.
Ms. Huey, it's my understanding that the commission got an extension, another extension on the report that was given to county commissioners.
That is correct.
Is the report possibly going to be amended before the county commissioners accept the last report?
We will know that later on today. The Kinney County Commission is meeting today at 1:30. We will have new members that are going to be attending, and we've got an agenda that we're looking at those reports. So I'm not sure what's going to happen from that meeting, but hopefully we'll get some reprieve on some of the inspections, especially, if they come back and look at the windows that have been repaired. But we won't know that until the meeting this afternoon.
Well, we look forward to hearing about that.
Thank you so much.
Recycling.
So after 10 weeks, we finally got it paid. And that was $1,394. So that was a profit after we paid the $605 to the waste management truck and the 10% for Keep Texas Recycling. So $1,394. Well, the bad news is.
No bad news.
You never bring back.
Yeah, I know, this is insane. I mean, I've been messing with this they didn't pay us for 5 bales of plastic, which, it's terrible. I mean, we work hard. So they didn't pay us. So finally, after 3 weeks, I'm getting a check next week for $250. Okay. The second and third problem is they underpaid us for the mixed paper bales that we sent and the colored plastic that we sent. So we're still working on that. So hopefully we'll get all this straightened out. I mean, no reason. So
You keep on.
I had big conversations, so to speak, with the Keep Texas Recycling lady, as well as who's over them is Keep Texas Beautiful. So I had the conversations with both of these. So, quote, they're going to work on it. So annoying.
Thank you for staying on it, Kimberly. All right, and I'll just skip that with the election report. Community council. There goes Francis.
Yeah.
The community council met last Saturday with 15 members in attendance. We swore in our new president, Steph Calderon. She's busy setting up for the David Crow Memorial Potluck at the Post Theater this morning. We received a presentation about having a wine tasting movie night at the Post Theater. We've requested a written proposal for the suggestion, and we'll have more at a later date. We had problems with the commissary women's bathroom again this year. We've set aside $3,000 to fix this problem, and it will be dealt with shortly. Concern was raised about the mold under the stage in the Post Theater. Danny Calderon donned his respirator and went under the stage, and there is no mold under the stage, just dirt. Nor is there mold where the flooring is still torn up. The flooring just needs to be replaced to finish the project in there. Maintenance came in and cleaned out the sink cabinet that did have mold and rotten wood, and we thank them for that. And always, where do we stand on road striping? I inherited that.
Thanks for that.
That's a mud meeting.
I'm not sure. I know they had trouble with the machine, and then I think there was a leak they were working on, but that's all I know.
I have a Fort Clark Days report. The committee had their wrap-up meeting on March 6th. All but one person has agreed to stay in their chairman's position for another year. Our attendance was lower than expected due to lack of marketing. This will be rectified next year. The food and arts and crafts vendors were happy and did well. We need to find a way to draw people up to the museum area so they see the arts and crafts banner. I had people say, we didn't know there was arts and crafts in Seminole, even though there was a big banner across the front of Seminole. The most important part is we served right at 600 children on Friday. We will have an accounting of how much money we made next month as we're still waiting for an expected sponsorship and not all checks written have cleared yet. Any questions?
No. Can we hold the solar eclipse until till the discussion time, since I know it's probably going to be a little longer?
Okay.
Is that okay?
Francis, how much is in the kitty for next year? How much is left? Has that been figured out for 4 o'clock date next year?
No, but last year we did 4,000. We'll probably be able to do that again.
Okay, so it wasn't a total bust.
No, we will make money, but not as much as we
wanted
hoped.
to.
Ms. Bitter, the hole in the floor of the theater, what is y'all's thoughts on that? I guess.
It needs to be.
Not that it's your responsibility or anything like that. I'm just,
It needs to be put back in.
what is that? Oh, we went and looked at it, but does it need to be leveled up and then replaced? Was that the problem in the beginning?
No, there was some rotting or
Yeah.
something.
Go ahead, Travis. I'm sorry, I know we're getting off track, but I want to know this.
So the drain,
Come on up, please.
the drains on either side of the doors, the one on the west side, it needs to be snaked out. And so Mud had talked about doing that. I don't know if theirs was too small or too big or how that ever worked out. But that drain pushes the water back into the theater. And that's what rotted out those doors on the west side.
Right.
Then that water settles and it's what brought in the mud right in the center. So the center pieces that are holding up that platform were rotted out. And they had already been taken out and kind of beefed up at one point. By the time we got in there, it was all done. So it's just 2 things. So getting that drain snaked out so that it will drain and not push water back in there. And then also maybe some sort of vegetation or xeriscaping so that when the water drains back towards that door, it doesn't pull mud down in there. Water is one thing. We don't want that, but we definitely don't need mud and water.
Okay.
So that was the
Travis, real quick, if we were to scrape on the right side of the theater, scrape it down to where the water is below that sidewalk, would the water running out this way when we have water, of course?
There's a lot of things I know, but that's the man on.
Well, the reason I asked it because I tore down a historic home the other day and I saved all the wood flooring out of it, and I have some other interested parties that are begging me for it, but it might be better served in the theater.
Whoa, all the wood's there.
Oh, the wood flooring.
We
was still
saved a lot of the wood.
Been denied August.
It's in the maintenance shed.
Oh, there was some that was given out to people.
By who?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That was.
But she said.
That was your thing.
She said-
No, we
It's
never
not on there
gave
because
wood.
I know people that have it. So it was given to the volunteers at the firehouse.
Interesting.
That was
Well-
never the end. Okay, well, what's done is done. But
Yeah.
but John, yes, if you got wood and it's the same, let me know. We've got
Okay.
stuff
Awesome.
too. So
Thank
we'll
you, Travis.
Lisa, we have a wrap.
Oh, okay. Do you
Real
want
quick, yes. Our raffle tickets that we've sold so far, 68, bringing in $3,400. We had 200 tickets. Our final goal, or bottom goal, is 100. So hopefully we'll get there. Tom is at a gun show today in San Marcos, today and tomorrow. And the reason we didn't do so well at the gun show in San Antonio is because we applied late, and we got kind of back in a hole. So he's got a good spot. It'll be interesting to see how this does. We're also planning to be at the Eclipse over by the Duck Inn on Monday and sell tickets there. Okay?
The raffle will be, when will the drawing be for the?
It is,
April 30th.
thank you,
Welcome.
Kathy.
Thank you.
April
You
30th.
must have bought a lot of tickets.
Yeah.
It only takes one, John.
So your odds are good.
I got 2.
Oh, your odds are better.
to?
Thank you.
Let's run through that. email votes really quick. We had an email vote to approve tires for the backhoe. We had, there was a unanimous, the motion passed for up to $2,500. I think it did come in under that, and we got a little bit of a refund, so. The first one. We had a motion to approve $500,000 to repair the wiring at the motel for room 5,000, sorry.
Oh, we broke down.
Get used to these numbers.
500,000, no. For rooms 18 and 9, both rooms were down and we had a retreat come in, so it was definitely something we had to take care of. That was motion passed for that. We had a email vote to approve engaging Martinez Family Catering for the annual membership meeting for $2,500. It was also a unanimous vote. And then the last one that's not on there that came through was the motion to approve the Preservation Committee's request for MK Builders to do repairs on Seminole Hall in the amount of $6,050, and with half to be paid up front and the other half to be paid upon completion of work and inspection by the Preservation Committee. So, and that was it for our, I just covered up my agenda. For email votes. So what I'd like to do, though, is change the order on our discussion action items. And I would like to move up the hazard mitigation plan to the top so that they can present their report and not have to sit through all of our fun.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Alma Gutierrez.
Candy Hobbs.
And we are retired school administrators, teachers first. So Mr. Guzman said, okay, if we don't use the mic,
That's fine.
we will use our teacher voices. So we are part-time employees of Kinney County and the city of Brackettville, and we've been tasked with developing the hazard mitigation plan. So we have an agenda to follow. Mrs. Hobbs, will you tell them a little bit about the hazard mitigation plan first?
So, what the hazard mitigation plan is a plan to address natural hazards. It doesn't address anything that has to do with chemicals or any other types of hazards. These are all natural. The ones that we included in our plan includes tornadoes, heat waves, river flooding, lightning, hurricanes, strong winds, drought, winter weather, hail, cold waves, wildfires, landslides, earthquakes, and ice storms. So those are the kind of things that are covered in the hazard mitigation plan.
And so why is a hazard mitigation plan needed? Well, as grant writers, we started looking at grants through FEMA and the Texas Department of Emergency Management, but we didn't qualify because we did not have a FEMA-approved hazard mitigation plan. The last one for Kinney County expired in 2017. And so we didn't qualify for those grants. The last one also did not include Fort Clark Springs, Fort Clark Mud, or Brackett ISD. And so this time around, we wanted to do a multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan. So we want to include everyone.
Right. And so by including everyone, if we were to have a horrible situation happen where we were, had a tornado or something that came through and did major damage, then by having all of those entities included in this multi-jurisdictional plan, they would all be eligible for federal funding to help rebuild and get things back to rights. So that's the important part of this, is to make sure that all of our entities are covered and have the opportunity to apply for funds if they're needed.
And it's a process to get a hazard mitigation plan developed, TDM approved, and then FEMA approved. We started back in June. Mm-hmm. And so we started having meetings at the firehouse.
and inviting representatives from the different entities to help us assess the hazards, plan what kind of mitigation projects would the different entities be interested in. Yes, sir.
Did you include Spofford?
Yes. The city of Spofford is included. So it's the city of Spofford, the city of Brackettville, Brackett ISD, Fort Clark Springs, and Mud.
And Kinney County, yes.
And so that's where we're at. And so we've been meeting, we were meeting twice a month, and now we're down to
One time a month.
because we have a draft. We have a draft, and we sent it to TDM. And yes, what your directors have in front of them today is a draft of the actions for Fort Clark Springs. And so that's what they have in front of them. There will be misspelled words. This is a draft. Okay, please.
So those actions we came up with, we came and met with Ms. Vale, and
But before then, we had representatives from Fort Clark Springs attend our meetings.
yes, and we had public come to our meetings as well.
Yes.
And so, yes, so we did come and sit down with Ms. Vale, and we came up
They
with.
hunted me down. It was great.
We did. We hunted her down. We would not give her any quarter. We just, yeah.
We want to make sure we don't leave anybody out. That's
Right.
it.
Right.
We want
And-
everyone to be a part of this plan.
Exactly. And so one other thing, and this is not, it doesn't have to do with hazard mitigation, but I just want you to be aware as public. So the other thing we've been working on at every hazard mitigation meeting is called the local emergency plan. And that one is a completely separate plan that covers chemical hazards. So, in our county now, we have several things here that could create some pretty devastating results if something bad were to happen. And so now we're working as well to get that local emergency plan done. So we'll have two plans in place to help protect us and to help us know what to do in the case of an emergency.
Ms. Hobbs, can you specify, you just mentioned there's something in the county that's hazardous, that could be very serious to our county. What is that?
Pipelines. There's many things. People that there's certain thresholds for the people that have to report. So, but people that store huge amounts of gasoline or oil, different types of oils, like the windmills out here. They have to have so much oil on hand, and if they store that oil, they have to report that, and so they become part of the plan, the local emergency plan, because if they had a spill, how would we react to that?
And to the best of your knowledge, there's no dumping grounds happening right now in Kinney County? Nothing's being dumped?
Not that we know of. Not that we know of in the meetings that we've been having. No.
We also just applied for a grant. It's called a commodity flow study grant. And that is for TDM to come in and evaluate everything that's going underground,
On our
above ground,
highways, on the railways,
and
all of that.
that is just a good study, good results that we'll be able to share with everyone and say, look, this is what we have in Kinney County at this time.
Maybe not everyone knows what TDM.
That's what I was.
The Texas Department of Emergency Management.
And FEMA is the Federal Emergency Management Agency.
Has the local emergency plan been implemented? What you were just talking about?
The hazard mitigation plan?
No. You said there would be another.
The LEPC,
The Local Emergency Planning Committee. We are in the process of finalizing that one next month and taking it before the commissioners for their approval. That is a state requirement.
Do you need the resolution that you're proposing before you do that, or to implement the local emergency planning committee?
Let's talk about this one. This one is for the local hazard mitigation plan.
I understand that. But what you were saying sounded to me like you needed the resolution, multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan implemented before you went forward with the local emergency.
Oh, no, they're two separate,
Okay,
totally separate things.
okay. So you're doing that anyway.
Mhm.
Has the copy of the proposed resolution, and I just read it, and it doesn't look like there's very many grammatical errors.
But in the plan itself, we have some.
Yeah, has a copy of this resolution been provided so that the members present
sir.
can see it?
No, sir. And we just found out on Wednesday that TDM looked at our plan and said, you know, you are probably ready to move forward to FEMA. And so before we do that, then we have to go to every entity and get their resolutions.
Have you received approval from any other entities before today?
No, we just got this on
Wednesday, so you're the first one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, go ahead.
No, go ahead, finish up.
Well, I think it would be important for the record that the terms of this resolution be at least read to the members present so there's more specific
Sure.
identification of what it is, what the substance of this is. Is that,
Sure. No.
would that be okay if I did that? I'll try to do
Certainly.
it as quickly as I can.
And after each one, if you want to stop and we can answer questions.
Okay, so the resolution includes these terms. Whereas a range of hazards in Kinney County historically have caused significant disasters with possible losses of life and property and natural resource damages. Whereas the Federal Disaster Mitigation Act of 2000 and FEMA require communities to adopt a hazard mitigation action plan to be eligible for pre-disaster and post-disaster federal funding for mitigation purposes. Whereas Kinney County has put into place a framework for coordinated and focused hazard mitigation actions at the local level. Whereas Kinney County, along with the city of Brackettville, city of Spofford, Brackettville Independent School District, Fort Clark Springs, and Fort Clark Spring Mud, have participated in the development of a plan covering each jurisdiction. Whereas Fort Clark Springs has been an active participant in the hazard mitigation planning process. Whereas Kinney County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan outlines mitigation goals and identifies risk reduction strategies for hazards that threaten the county of Kinney. Section 1. Fort Clark Springs adopts the Kinney County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan 2024 to 2029. Section 2 vests Fort Clark Springs directors with responsibility, authority, and the means to inform all parties of the action, develop an addendum as necessary, assure that the plan will be reviewed at least annually, and that any needed adjustments will be developed and presented to the Kinney County Commissioners Court as necessary, and agrees to take such other official actions as may be reasonably necessary to carry out the objectives of the Kinney County Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan. Section 3, Fort Clark Springs will pursue available funding opportunities for implementation of proposals designated there and will, upon receipt of such funding or other necessary resources, seek to implement the actions contained in the mitigation action plans. And Section 4, Fort Clark Springs will continue to participate in the multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation planning and review processes, including reporting of progress as required by FEMA and TDM, Texas Department of Emergency Management. Whereas Fort Clark Springs directors designate Fort Clark Springs president as the grantee's authorized official. So that would be the substance of the resolution that you all are asking that we adopt today, correct?
And you don't have to do it today. You don't. But the sooner we get this in, the better. FEMA takes a while to review
And so if we have other grant opportunities out there and we still don't have a FEMA-approved hazard mitigation plan, more than likely, we are not going to qualify for that funding. So
Good getters, this is an either or question, and it's more out of curiosity. If something were to happen tomorrow, because these are the months of weather changes rapidly around here, and God forbid, my house, along with Unit 3, gets demolished through a tornado, and we don't have anything signed or sealed or delivered, does that mean FEMA's not gonna come in here and help us?
that doesn't mean FEMA's not going to come and help, because if the president declares
A
Well,
disaster.
Or the governor?
that,
Okay.
just certainly does not mean that.
So signing it or not signing it, we're gonna get help.
Now, if we want to mitigate a hazard, a natural hazard, and we go and seek funding, they're going to want to see the FEMA-approved hazard mitigation plan.
Meaning an oil tanker dumped millions of gallons into the creeks
This
and,
is natural. You're talking.
yeah, that's the
local.
hazard.
Chemical.
That's
That's
a chemical.
chemical.
This is natural.
This is God.
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all were so kind to give me permission on Google Docs to get a copy of the flood mitigation plan. Is there a way that, thank you, Tony, for asking, that we could have, because what we just heard was not, I didn't hear any substantive facts about mitigation means we're gonna do this, 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 and that.
Yes.
How can we quickly get that, Alma?
Sure. So what we gave the directors today were some of the action items that pertain to Fort Clark Springs. If somebody wants to go over those action plans, do we want to review those? But to answer your question, we'll have it up as soon as we get all of those grammar errors
I don't
out.
think we care about your grammar. You know, you got, it's the substance that I think those of us here are very interested in, as you are.
Very valid question. Do you want to go over those, some of those action?
I have some questions on it.
Okay.
But so far, just reading through it first time, this says page 161 at the top, so is there 160 page preceding this?
There's, yes,
Yes. These are just the actions that we went over, or came up with, I shouldn't say went over, we came up with Ms. Vale
Okay.
to include in the plan for Fort Clark Springs.
Okay, so in here multiple times it says potential funding through general revenues. What is that referring to?
That would be how you would pay for any action that you complete under that specific action. So
Right.
yes, that would have to come from Fort Clark Springs.
That's my question here.
Yes.
Is that
So this is talking about mitigating things that we can do ahead of funding to work on mitigating some kind of natural hazard.
Okay.
So I think one of them was fire breaks
right?
that we talked about with Ms. Vale. And so, for instance, I mean, that's something that the fort could do to try to mitigate if there were a wildfire that could be put in place. That's a fairly minimal, I would think it wouldn't be a real expensive
Right.
thing, but that would be something to plan for. And this is a 5-year plan. So that would be something that the fort could plan for to try to put in place to mitigate a wildfire coming into one of the units.
Okay, so in here I see that the potential funding for some of this is the general revenues, and then
Mhm.
I just kind of highlighted some stuff in here. Obtaining new generators through potentially a government surplus auction for the sheriff's office,
What number is that?
page 164. Radio communications, installing a radio tower on Fort Clark Springs to allow on-duty security officers to communicate. I'm gonna make a point, but the cost estimate for the action on action number 3 is $255,000. add fire breaks like you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
Cost estimate on that's minimal. I just, so that I'm clear in my mind, and then there's also a mitigation plan to conduct studies to determine the method retain and regulate runoff water from the 20% or more uncontrolled watershed areas for the obstructions of Lost Marsh Creek. Is all of this, for the most part, the funding for this is something that we need to be prepared for if you sectioned everything out, county, city, and the association's property, anything that pertains to the association's property is something that we need to budget for?
Yes.
That it's not something we're going to receive any FEMA money for?
Well, no, because FEMA's, yes, you can receive money for mitigation. But these are things that we put in as your actions. The things that you would like to see mitigated.
Okay.
And just some of these, for instance, I was going to make a point on, I think it's number 1, public outreach. That was one that we talked about several times with at our meetings, was to try to come up with an app that would be countywide, that every person could have on their phones, on their iPads, whatever it is that they use, so that they could get alerts and be aware if there's some kind of hazardous weather coming or something's going on, or if you live at the back of the fort and there's a fire burning somewhere in your area. Not everybody needs to get that,
Right.
but just the people in that quadrant, maybe.
Okay, and then just so that I'm clear, because I'm just seeing this for the first time. Are these mutually exclusive?
No, those go
I mean,
together.
So if we sign this, we're committing to this?
Yes. Mhm.
You know.
That's part of the plan.
I didn't know you guys were gonna come talk here. I didn't see any copy of this beforehand. I mean, I would appreciate a little bit of heads up on this. I was like, what? I might have been prepared. You've spent more than 5 minutes thinking about this.
Well, we don't
they're
sign
not
it
asking for
today.
an
I mean, it's just,
action
I'm just,
And I didn't even know they were coming. I
Well-
miss that email somehow.
Well, it was in the agenda.
And it's one sentence, and there's any details not been provided.
yeah, well, it doesn't necessarily matter.
Well,
So
It does.
I just want to make sure, can we, let me ask another, can we edit this and then send it back to you?
Sure. And Mr. Wiley, just to back up a little, with just about every grant that we apply for, there is a match. Whether it's 5%, whether it's 10%, whether it's 25%. But you're not going to commit to that unless you say, look, there's a grant out there to help us with fire breaks. Let's bring it to the director.
Why don't you go up to the mic and talk?
Oh, sorry.
So just with any grant, there's almost always a match. But these are activities or actions that you're going to bring to your board meeting, to your members and say, are we ready to apply to mitigate fire breaks? If so, this is the cost and this is how much it's going to cost us. Maybe put it in the budget for the following year. You're not committed. You're committed, but we could go 5 years and you do absolutely nothing.
And that's kind of what, so that's kind of what I'm getting at. So then what if that does happen? I'm not going to be here for 5 years. So what if that does happen? And then what are the repercussions of that on the big picture? Does it hurt your ability to get a grant?
No, sir. This is a living document. And so every year we can come back and say, we don't like that action, let's remove it. We thought of something
Or,
different.
yes, or we want to update it. We want to change it to look like
Yes,
this.
we don't-
Want it- Yeah,
This is the living document and we will review it like the resolution
that's what the
indicated.
resolution does say.
We'll do it annually.
I want everybody to, I want to understand it most of all, but I want everybody else to kind of understand it too.
Well, I think at the risk of insulting anybody's intelligence in this room, you've got to remember that mitigation doesn't mean only after the disaster happens.
No,
You
mitigating is.
can mitigate You can mitigate after the disaster happens to lessen the impact of the disaster, or you can mitigate prior to any disaster happening. But just like Alma said, the grant money is not 100% free money. The government usually requires the requesting person or agency to participate in some fashion as well. Usually, from what I have seen, the participation is minimal compared to the total amount of the grant that's available. But it is important under a hazard mitigation plan that you be proactive enough to go out and look at things that could minimize the impact of a natural disaster. Which I think is something, this is my personal opinion, I'm not talking for the board, but I think it's something that not just this fort, but other locations have failed to do woefully. And there are things that can be done to mitigate the future impact of a natural disaster. We just need to get proactive and start looking at those things to see what we could do to avoid the impact of a natural disaster.
Brush is a great example. Overload everywhere.
Well, and like they stated, this isn't something that we're voting on today. This is just the beginning of what they've prepared so far and what we need to look at.
So you have time to think about it, Jason.
That's okay, that. Ms. Salma, is there any way that you can loop in the rest of the community so that we can look at the document? I mean, I appreciate, sir, your reading and everything, but I like to see it in black and white. So is there a website or somehow, some way that you can
Put it out there.
I'd like to look at this document.
Yes, ma'am, and I don't like to give you my back, but Mrs. Vale, is there a way we can email you the document, and then is there a site where you can?
Dispatch.
Well, we can, or put it on the website.
It,
Okay.
it's a large
I just gave
document.
the lady the document.
Well,
Well, no, this is just a portion.
That is just
It's
for
like
Clark Springs.
almost 200 pages.
And it's
so-
going to talk about the natural hazards, the assessment in Kinney County, the planning process, what have we done, how many meetings have we had? You're gonna see pages of sign-in sheets of everyone that participated and attended the twice a month meetings or the monthly meetings, so
You don't have that on, you don't have a website for that already
no
in
ma'am.
existence. That's something you can create.
No, I mean, I think we
Send
can
me the
probably,
documents, I'll post them for everyone. I'll make a whole organized thing with all of
And
it.
as long as we understand that that is not the final.
this is a document that will be a Kinney County document.
Mhm.
So our plan has been to put it, we were gonna get it approved, but I think we could put a draft on there on the Kinney County website.
We wanted to get it submitted to FEMA as soon as possible. And something else that you need to understand, you don't have to be part of this plan. You can have your own. You can create your own hazard mitigation
Exactly.
plan for Fort Clark Springs. You don't have to be part of the multi-jurisdictional, and you haven't been. The last one, like I said, only included the city of Brackville, the city of Spofford, and Kinney County. But we wanted to include everyone in one document. If there's a grant out there, guess what? We're gonna come and we're gonna say, are you interested? Because we're fixing to apply for the city of Brackville. Would you like this under that same grant?
Can you tell us what, I mean, do you know any of the factual history of, in 2018 or why that the association wasn't involved in the last resolution?
No, sir.
Okay.
That was before our time.
That would have been way back in like 2012 when it started.
12,
It
13.
expired in 18.
Okay.
So it's every 5 years that we have to make sure that we keep up with it. But we want to do it annually.
Sure, okay.
It's a living document and we want to make sure.
It
So let me
has to
give you an
be
example.
reapproved every 5 years.
Yes. So let me give you an example. We saw an opportunity to apply for generators. This was 2.5 years ago. And so we were excited. We went to the different entities and we said, do you need a generator? It was after the freeze in 2021.
Mhm.
So we said, we're going to apply. And so we got a notice back. You don't have a FEMA approved hazard mitigation plan. But there might be a waiver. If you tell us you're going to work on one and get it submitted as soon as possible. So that's what triggered our, let's get this done.
So just like you said, it does not obligate anybody to do anything.
No, sir.
So it's, go ahead.
No.
I'm sorry,
go ahead.
Travis.
And to further your point that you were making earlier about the millions and billions of dollars that are out there that don't get processed through, here in Brackettville, we had a matching grant deal for sidewalks. Y'all applied, y'all figured out it was a matching grant, and then you said, no, we're not going to do it. So all the way up after submitting and getting awarded, still had the opportunity to say no because it was a matching grant.
Mhm.
And then lo and behold, the whole program gets administered and they come back and they say, we've got money left, no match, do your sidewalks. So even if we don't have the funds available, it's important to get in there because they'll also provide you feedback as to either why you did or didn't qualify. So that's just on that note. But I have one question as far as the entities that are being involved or that are involved in this. I completely appreciate that Fort Clark Springs is being added to this. How and why are we able to fall in? Because all the other names that I heard on there were government entities or local governments. How are we able to do that? And say, for example, how are we different than Ox Branch?
Well, I don't know.
And does Ox Ranch want to participate?
Well, they probably don't, but I mean, what the thing is like, so my question, and it's not to say that I don't want it. Again, I want to be a part of it. But is there some sort of resolution or some sort of easement or something that allows us to be a part of this? Because we are not a government. I can understand Fort Clark Mud. I can't understand a private entity landowner because, I mean, so, you know, if I had property outside of town, and it was a ranch or whatever, and I wanted to be a part of it, could I now become a part of that situation?
Is that part of Kinney County?
Well, yes, yeah, but how is it different than, I'm just asking the question, how do we, if there's something that we need to have in place from the board and the membership that says we want to participate in this and not just the resolution, but how does the government
So why
entity
were
in
you
a,
not participating before? Why didn't we leave you out before?
I would assume because we're a private landowner.
TB, that's it.
It's interesting.
You're in
That's a good question, Travis. Really good
We're
question.
part of the county.
And if there's something we can do to,
Wouldn't it fall under part of the county?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know that.
Is that umbrella?
but how are we different than any
But why did
other
we leave
land?
you out the last?
Well, because we're a private landowner.
Well, let me ask you this. If there was let me just, whatever ranch, let's just say there's a 100,000 acre ranch between here and Spofford, and the county saw that there was let's just say the county identified a need for a fire break on the Conley Ranch. And they said, hey, we've identified this area as a potential, an area that we must, in order to protect our residents,
Right.
need a fire break. How would the county approach that situation differently than it's approaching the association? I mean,
You have voters, you have members.
But yes, but so does the corporation. So I'm just assuming, just name X, Y, and Z ranch. They're going to be under a corporation. They could have multiple members that vote. And so that's what
they
I'm.
would. I mean,
Exactly.
They might have shareholders.
Exactly. Shareholders and all that. So, and I know we're looking at this, and a lot of times we look at this as a municipality, but our municipal responsibility falls under MUD, which you have in there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So we could probably contact Mr. Pettis, Fernando Pettis, who is our representative from Tatum, and ask him that question just to get clarification. I feel like if once the plan is at FEMA, that they would maybe look at that and come up with questions as well.
Well, and that's why I'm asking now, so that
Yeah.
if there is something we can put in place to get us
Yes.
under that, then let's do
Yeah.
that now. Otherwise, maybe it's something where this board has a resolution with MUD that then is a government entity that has a resolution with and maybe we can still keep our representation just as a sub MUD representative of the association.
Maybe like an interlocal.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Mhm.
So that's the question: is how do we get there, and how do we mitigate the risk of not being able to mitigate the hazard?
There's a lot of mitigation in it.
Did they have a mitigation part?
We could have a mitigation.
So,
We need to mitigate this mitigation right now.
my observation would be that because Fort Park is a part of the municipal utility district, whereas anyone outside of the municipal utility district would not be equal in that fashion.
So do y'all have a representative on their board?
Yeah.
So it's not like a,
No.
We have
There are
we have an
members.
agreement with them.
Yeah,
but
we
we
have
do
an
not have
agreement, and board members are on their board, but not as a representative of the association.
okay. Yeah, that's what I was,
Actually, MUD owns roads.
Yes.
Yes,
And we just make it.
We take it.
so,
okay.
We're learning.
We are,
It's progress.
Keep on.
Yep.
and we just
We
gave
are
us some
too.
homework and we
no
hope our retired school administrators.
no summer break for you.
No.
Yes, Mr. Herman.
Well, thank y'all very much.
Yes.
Bill Herman, just a question, wouldn't we fall under the whole county?
Well, I think that's what we're
So
trying.
would any other land.
Yeah,
Right, that's what I'm saying, so it would, I don't think we would have to have, we'd be a sub-county location.
But if there's a way that we can be recognized.
No, I understand that, but I'm
gets
just
more
saying, we would be
funding.
covered under the blanket of the county.
Yeah. It's not like we're,
Then we would have to be like,
All of the
Mud or the
entities
city.
are.
yeah, all of the entities fall.
Everybody's under the county, but
so we'd be covered.
to be proactive in the things that you are doing as far as mitigating, then, having your own information included would be more beneficial.
And your own voice to say whether you want this or not.
Mhm.
I want to thank you for coming here.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Very enlightening,
Yeah.
and it's
Really
important.
good information.
Okay. Now, the Eclipse Committee is the next item on the agenda.
Francis?
Again, here we are.
Okay, the committee has been working hard and plans are falling in place. Mary Oliver has been recruiting volunteers. If anyone has not been approached, you're in the minority. And you'd like to help, let Mary or myself know. We've already issued some reserved parking passes for the Eclipse Day. I attended the Brackettville workshop on Wednesday. The city and county think they have everything under control. We have plenty of beer, soda, and water in stock, and we'll be picking up more wine. The T-shirts are in, folded, and ready to go. Concessions have been purchased for the duck-in. We have 5 food vendors lined up, and our souvenir koozies are ordered and we're waiting on the event bracelets, or wristbands. People who own property and live on the fort and renters will receive free event bracelets for household adults. Children 17 and under do not need a wristband. Your adult guests will need to pay $35 for an event wristband if they want to attend any of the events. Other people are not connected with the fort will be paying $50. We will not replace wristbands, so don't lose them. We will be announcing times that wristbands can be picked up at the admin office, and we'll have volunteers to man that. Our scheduled events are a dance with Country Horizons and Lost Morris Creek Band Saturday from 7 to 11, an astronomy presentation Sunday at 3 in the Post Theater. The movie Little Shop of Horrors will be shown at 7 in the Post Theater, also on Sunday, and concessions will be available. And you can participate in a float party at the pool during the eclipse on Monday, followed by a DJ party from 3 to 7. We will start posting information dispatches and posting on lot owners things to do to prepare for the weekend. A lot of members have guests coming in and traffic will be heavy. It's important not to make any appointments on Monday. You may not get there. Have food and medicines on hand. Put gas in your car. Our local gas station has 2 pumps down right now, and with the influx of people, gas may be an issue. A big thank you to the RV Breakfast Committee for purchasing new freezers for the fort. It's going to make ice storage much easier for this and future events. Del Rio is having a big festival Friday through Sunday. They're expecting 30 to 40,000 people. They are on the very edge of the eclipse path, and I expect a lot of people to come here on Monday. TxDOT is allowing parking along the right-of-ways. And then I have a request for the board. Since the fort should make at least $48,000 on hotel, RV, and camping reservations, and that's based on reservations that have already been made, I request that you provide 500 copies of the attached brochure. I also request that trash pickup on Monday, April 8th be delayed until Tuesday, April 9th, and allow maintenance to assist with trash and recycle pickup at the pool area and assist with traffic control. And I have a copy of the brochure for all of you.
Traffic control, you mean through security?
Yes.
When you're talking about at the pool, the trash, are you talking during the event or at the postponement of, I mean?
No, we'll need trash and recycle pickup. We're gonna move the recycle barrels down there.
Okay.
And, yeah, we'll need trash and, recycle pickup all weekend.
All weekend.
Sorry.
We've already, I mean, she's already doing all of the printing, right? You guys have talked about.
Yeah, I just gave her the final copy.
Ms. Francis, you mentioned that we're in need of volunteers. And this is for everyone here in TV land. Often I hear in person, in crowds, on the internet, but how events happening here at Fort Park are not up to par, or they're lacking this, or they're lacking that. Everyone can participate in this. No one's being discriminated against in any fashion, correct? Everyone is welcome to participate, young, old, alive, correct?
Yeah.
So I would urge everyone who can, at the minimum, reach out to the Eclipse Committee. We have a meeting on Sunday.
30.
Reach out to see what you can do, because complaining after the fact the next year doesn't amount to anything. We need hands on deck. We need, I think the ideas are already there, so we don't need any more. We might need a few ideas, but not a whole lot of ideas.
We have a few little activities for kids, because it was our understanding until the workshop that the schools would be in session on Monday. In fact, we, community council, bought at our tax-free all the classes for the school children and staff. And now it sounds like that the school district's going to let out on next Monday. So if we could come up with some more activities for kids would be good. Other than that, the volunteerism we need is working the duck in. We're going to be selling concessions, beer, wine, everything. And you have to have a service license to sell, but you can be an assistant there selling the candy and that kind of stuff.
Parking.
Yeah, and then
Say
we're
you're
also
selling beer and wine?
beer, wine, soda, water, snacks. And then we have 5 food vendors that are going to be down by the pool. But we also need parking assistance, guiding people in, stuff, collecting money for parking.
In closing, I just want to mention that I learned this early in my career. I was told by a supervisor, we then needed to decide whether we want to be leading the parade or be a parade watcher. And being a parade watcher, anybody can do. Now, being a parade leader is getting involved. Thank you.
Okay, I have some questions.
Okay, I'll try to have answers.
Okay, because so far logistics there hasn't been a big discussion on the logistics of, it's $50 a car load. Is that correct?
If you're parking in Rendezvous Park, yes.
Just to park?
Just to park. You get one event bracelet.
Okay.
But,
And-
well, you said carload, but you just clarified and said that's just for one bracelet.
You get to park your car full, but you get one event bracelet.
And it's a,
So if it's a couple, you're going to have to buy another.
you're gonna have to buy another
Yeah.
bracelet. Yeah.
Okay.
Per person,
So,
per person,
Each adult needs an event bracelet to get in down by the pool.
$50.
to get down by the pool.
Yes,
But if they want to sit in Rendezvous Park to watch it, then,
that's good.
then they
Good.
don't
But that's still $50 to park, right?
Yes.
yes, but not per person.
Okay.
That's all. Okay. I'm just trying to
Okay.
clarify. So, coming on the fort, or coming, what, do you have plans for, how that's going to work coming on the fort? As far as payment, is everybody going to immediately be directed to Rendezvous Park first, or come through security?
Okay, it depends on who you are. If you have a reservation on the fort, security knows you're coming.
Okay.
And they will direct you to the RV park or the hotel, whichever, just like normal.
Right.
Okay. If you are the guest of a resident, then you need to have already been registered by that resident so that we know that you're coming, we know who you are, and they'll get you through quick. I'm going to be putting out dispatches about this, that if you don't have your people registered, they're probably going to get hung up at security until we can verify who you are and where you're going.
But so somebody just coming in for the event, how are they going to know?
Are you talking about people just coming in on Monday? Because
Well,
that's going to
Is
be.
that when you're
that will
charging
be
the
our-
50?
No, okay.
See, that's what I'm trying to understand.
All right. If you come in with an RV and you have your reservation and everything, but you have two vehicles, you're going to have to park one of them down at Rendezvous Park. We're not going to have a bunch of parking on city streets and I mean, somebody said, why can't they just park up and down scales? No, that's exactly what we don't want.
No.
So extra vehicles for the weekend have to park down at Rendezvous Park. People coming in just on Monday for the event, they will park in Rendezvous Park for $50 a car.
Okay. So, are they going to come to the gate then and then have to make the loop and go back to Rendezvous Park?
No.
So are you going to have somebody there?
No, we will have, that's what we need, have volunteers for, is to direct them right into Rendezvous Park and pay.
Okay, so you'll
Yeah.
have volunteers for that, or
Yes.
you're asking us for, like,
No, she's talking about Monday, she'll need security, I mean,
Yeah. Monday, we need parking attendants.
okay, you're not providing the parking attendants, you're asking.
No, we are. That's what Mary's been getting volunteers for.
Okay,
Is parking and the duck in. Those are the two areas we need to cover.
okay,
I'm just saying, if anybody would like to volunteer, we can
And they're
always
not
take
just
more.
covering them for Monday, covering for like Saturday, Sunday, and.
Yeah, well, we're working on what for Saturday and Sunday because we don't think there's going to be that much parking.
Yeah, but there still could be, I mean, who knows how it's gonna go, there could still be a problem. I think maybe that's what you're trying to identify.
that's
Is
what I'm
that-
trying to identify.
is that on
Like,
Saturday and Sunday, if there was an influx of people who did want to park, that was more than what, outside of the time that we had volunteers there or whatever. It sounds like the solution here is to just, security needs to understand the process, so that
Right,
in the event somebody comes in that does want to park, that's outside of a volunteer time with somebody at the gate, that they know to tell them, hey, you gotta go and park at Rendezvous, you gotta do the turnaround.
Yeah,
whatever.
yes, and we're going to have a volunteer on call.
Okay, I mean,
Okay.
yeah, I think, is that what you're asking?
yes.
That's what I'm hearing.
Now, are all of these dates going to start on the Saturday before? And what if someone wants to park in Rendezvous Park and stay there?
Right, camping.
No, we're not
No.
camping.
We are
Or just sit there in your car?
for 3 days. We're not providing porta johns.
Yeah, we don't want Woodstock.
No.
So Some people might, but I don't know.
That's good.
But it could certainly happen. We went to that God's Army thing over there by, where the hell was that? Kamado.
Yeah.
There was guys that showed up and it was like $40 and he just was gonna sleep in his truck and hang out in there. So
Well, I know we have one
that's
person
not an
that's,
infeasible thing that can happen.
I
just
know
don't
we
get
have
me
one
wrong.
person doing that in Wilderness Park,
Yeah.
but they have access to the toilets, the showers. So they just don't have a tent. He's gonna stay in his
I
van.
mean, everybody's, even people without wristbands are gonna have to find a toilet, right? Rather you're sleeping in your car, all the people that come in, they're gonna have to use the bathrooms here. So if someone's sleeping in their car, could just go and use the bathroom somewhere. Is the pool area gonna be the only publicly accessible bathroom or the
No.
campgrounds?
No, the campgrounds have bathrooms. The RV park has bathrooms.
Are there going to be any porta potties at all?
No,
Okay.
they're none, they've been unavailable for.
So there's gonna be a
Over
backup
years.
at the gate and a backup at the bathroom.
Would you like to volunteer to be in charge of that?
Absolutely
Who's
not.
got a plan?
Let's hope nobody gets a bad batch of food.
I'm gonna have Bud turn on the water at some empty mobile homes. I'm gonna charge like Mexico. $5 if you need to get in here and do your business.
So, a question, so if you're a hotel guest or an RV guest, are you gonna have to buy
No.
wristbands?
No.
You automatically get
That
your
comes
wristband?
with your package.
What is the extent of I've heard the parade ground is going to be a kind of a hub for telescopes. What does that entail and when and
I'm sorry, what?
the parade ground, I think, is that
The part 3.
I'm sorry. The part 3.
The part 3 is set up, is for telescopes to be set up.
Okay, but like who's doing that and how many and when and what is there kind of what is that all?
Most of them will be setting up Monday morning.
Is that just people bringing telescopes?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Y'all are all welcome to come to our meeting tomorrow.
Yes.
4:30.
Let's go.
Okay. Let's take this thought. Look, we probably need to meet and talk because some of this we're going to have to get, to work out exactly what the maintenance needs to do, the timing and all that kind of stuff, and we don't need to do that here. So
Thank you, Francis. We appreciate
thank you,
it.
Brent.
Yeah, a lot of good work.
Yeah. All right. The next item on the agenda is we need to take a vote on starting foreclosure proceedings on the item on the property in your packet. For privacy, item number 1, we only have one proceeding. If there are no questions or concerns about this, we can vote on it. If there is, then we can take this into executive session and vote afterwards. So if there are no questions, is there a motion?
A motion for closing.
Second.
All in favor? Creative collective proposal. Me.
Procedures.
Oh, dang it, I do that every
I'm
time.
not even asking.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead.
Are you up somebody else?
No, I jumped ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'll sit right here in case you get to me.
I always skip one. Establishing procedure for determining restriction for Fort Clark Springs. There has been, we don't have a written procedure, and so it's kind of been people, and not Fort members, but non-members have been restricted for behavioral or whatever. But we would like to, I guess it's just a small discussion, an opening discussion on what kind of procedure we should have for restricting somebody from the fort. And I don't remember who asked for this on the agenda.
What are the most common things we have banned people for, to your knowledge? Like not specifically, but in general, like shoot somebody, speeding,
Engaging in conduct for which they should have been arrested.
Yeah.
Are we talking members?
No,
Non-members.
Okay, good.
That's a bit harder to be a member.
non-members.
What's the,
Well, I mean, there ought to be some penalty for even a member
Yeah.
that engages in that conduct, but it's not as easy. And right now, I think we have a very loose discretionary policy that kicks in when someone is observed to be engaging in conduct that we don't like on the fort. You know, and I said it that way intentionally because there needs to be some criteria established. And I don't think that we need to list all the crimes that somebody has to be accused of committing and then be banned from the fort. But I do believe that there should be, at a minimum, more than one person that makes a decision about whether to then give notice to an individual. And what it amounts to, you know, banned may not be the right word, but it certainly is a fitting word. But what it amounts to is that you are giving someone a notice, and commonly referred to in the criminal jurisdiction as a criminal trespass notice, meaning that if you have no ownership in this property and you've engaged in conduct that we don't like, or in some instances, it could be just, we don't want you here because you're not a member, you're not an owner, you have no reason to be on fort property. So therefore, just like you would do to someone who goes into the Dollar General and strips off their clothes or something like that, you don't want them in the store anymore. So what you have to do in order to effectively be able to arrest is to give them a criminal trespass notice, which says, I don't want you here. If you come back again, we will report you to the police and you will be arrested. We have done that in a few instances here on the fort with someone who is engaged in conduct unbecoming of a fort member and is not a fort member. But I think it's been implemented rather loosely. And so I think the purpose of providing it on the agenda here today was to simply begin a process of establishing the criteria and the steps in the process for accomplishing, for actually then giving someone notice that they are no longer welcome on the fort property. Because I don't think we have anything in place. I think we have the authority, and up to this point, even the way it's been done works perfectly fine, but I do think that, in fact, we may have encountered a situation where someone is questioning whether we have that authority. So maybe establishing a policy that better defines how we do it and why we do it and what the effect of it is. So that was, and it was my suggestion that it be on the agenda because of an instance that we're having to deal with right now. So that's kind of my proposal, that we establish that policy.
in that spirit, I think all of us as members, lot owners, need to be a little proactive in reporting incidents to securities, also to the sheriff's office. An example of what not to do is I recently read on the internet about someone complaining about dogs at the pool. It's in violation of the rules. It was also mentioned that that there was a board members there and they didn't do anything about it. Well, it's not a board member's responsibility. It is the member's responsibility to call security to report that issue. Thus, it's all our responsibility to help one another to protect our property and our neighbors' as well in this endeavor. There is some obvious bad behavior, specifically speeding, which I read about consistently, which I witness consistently. Right, Liz? My fear is God forbid something happened, but we're limited other than having speed signs, and we hope that everyone complies, but it is a big concern of mine, especially non-members that are speeding through Fort Park Springs.
Well, and especially if we can get a license plate. Because if it's a member, we can fine them. If it's a non-member, we can look into restricting them. But this goes to the bigger non-member issue. And I agree with Tony. There hasn't been a lot of oversight, and there isn't a process and steps and recourse, and it should never be up to one person to decide whether the actions of someone warrant being banned or restricted, or and whether it's forever or
So
for
how has
a
it been
period of
done?
time.
Like mostly security made a decision, the
Yes.
GM?
Mostly security, or I know at the facilities have been restricted because of bad behavior for non-members and for members, like Dickman.
Right.
The manager has said this person is not allowed.
So would it be sufficient to have the general manager and security agree to ban someone, or would you like to see the board responsible for this ultimately?
Well, we need to
to
that's
know.
the discussion that needs to happen,
know.
but we need to start with the process of from start to finish.
There is some, something on the declarations, or the rules and regulations. I don't know if this helps. Because it changes, it's different than I think how we actually operate, but it defines members, guests, day guests, et cetera, and it seems to imply that no one other than a registered guest or a member would have access to the port in the first place. So then if there was some bad behavior by a non-member, you would know whose guest that was.
And you're actually responsible for your guests. I got a letter from
Right.
one of my tenants drove through
Right.
the grass, charged $100.
Right.
It was dealt with, whatever, but you're responsible. You sign someone in here and they do something,
Right.
you sign them in, you know?
So Annabelle, that's what I was about to kind of read here. In section 3, the membership responsibility, so member responsibility, so this is our responsibilities. The member is responsible for the conduct of his or her immediate family, guests, or renters, if applicable, and their compliance with the rules and the regulations. Bad conduct of a member or his or her immediate family, guests, or renters may result in the loss of some or all privileges at the discretion of the board of directors. So, that's in our rules, in our regs.
I think.
And then it also says guests are not permitted to have guests, which I think sometimes does happen.
Yes.
It's like somebody pulls in the gate and it's like, my name is John Wiley. Said X so-and-so said I could come in, but I've got 4 people on the gate. And they all, a guest can't have guests. I don't know.
What's the process? I just call in. Do they check my number? Could anyone just call in long unit 3, 5 people and get someone in here?
I'm going to do it from now on.
I didn't even think
There's
of that
no
one.
really way to, I think they could verify that, so. Because I don't think it's a big problem, and honestly, it's a few troublemakers.
Well, it seems by just in the rules and regs that
Ultimately,
it's somewhat of a process. I'm not saying I want to get every email of everybody that does something wrong, but it certainly suggests that it shouldn't be left up to one person to make that decision.
Do you have an idea, how many people do we have restricted? 5, 10, 50? Like
Don't know.
I honestly don't know.
We don't
I
know.
bet it's not that many. I bet it's less than 10. No, more?
Look, I think it's important that I share this much with you about an incident that we're dealing with. And that is, there was an individual who was not a member, not an owner, didn't qualify as a member. And that individual had engaged in conduct that was actually a crime. I'm not going to tell you who it was or what the crime was, but it was a pretty serious crime. And when the decision was made by, I believe, Matt, that person should be banned from the fort, and he was attempting to give a criminal trespass notice to that individual. A relative of that individual promptly prepared a deed and conveyed, I haven't seen it, but conveyed an interest to that individual so that now they would be considered a member or an owner, and therefore could not be given a criminal trespass notice. That is
Disgusting.
And that has
Yeah,
happened many
that's
times.
not
That
right.
is,
This is not the first time.
No,
Like,
no,
people
no,
do
it's
this.
not.
They know this. All the degenerates know. If you're gonna get kicked out, get on your mommy's deed, you be staying in there. Or your
What about
daddy's, whoever. It's been mommies and daddies over the history of.
What about a fine first, like a?
well, frankly, that may be part of it.
Yeah, that's part of the,
And it should be considered that attempt at circumventing the rules should be punishable in some fashion.
I mean,
Even if it amounts to just taking away privileges, but imposing a fine could be considered as well.
There is a policy resolution, that allows them, as you mentioned, that we can, it's not fine, but it's a special, levy or assessment, for members, to be compliant under the rules and regulations. And so maybe there is a way, if the member was trying to circumvent that, maybe they would fall under this policy. And then,
I mean, they're not really circumventing anything. They're actually using the current rules in place.
Well, and
Like, you know.
I'll touch on that because I just read this a second ago in section D, or section 3 member responsibilities D. Only one person, and so this may have been the case in this situation, only one person and his or her immediate family are entitled to membership privileges per membership certificate. So,
well, also if that person was responsible for their guest, they would be they're ultimately responsible for their behavior.
And every case I've seen, it is their immediate family. It's always their child. The child is partying down too hard. They get called out, and then they're on the lead. So
I think it says in the rules and regulations that a family, by definition of the tax code, is anybody is your family if they are a dependent of you as a member. So if me and my wife invite my mother to live with us, she's not considered a member because she's not a dependent according to IRS.
Yeah. Well, then how does that affect renters too? I think there are a lot of, maybe we're taking it.
well, there's
Yeah, this
rules,
is a
there's a
bigger-
whole
yeah.
rental section and all that.
Well, I know that, but renters get, because that policy resolution, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I don't know if that addresses that same member responsibility for a guest.
Well, I think we're
That's a
talking about
bigger
two things.
conversation.
Well, I
We're
know,
talking about
but
what's the responsibility of who gives permission, and then how do we define restriction?
I mean, ultimately the owner. If you rent to someone and they call in someone that gets in trouble, then I'll be responsible for it.
Well,
I've got those people on my lease, so I'll take responsibility for that, even if they call in idiots and they do something stupid. So,
and let's be honest, people get on this board all the time that are not member guests. So there are times when there isn't anybody we're going to be able to find. We're just going to have to restrict the person, and this whole item is what we're discussing right now is creating a policy for that specific thing.
I mean, do we have, like, we refuse the right to refuse service to anyone, right? Just like a bar could say, I don't want you in here.
But unless we give a notice of criminal trespassing, correct me if I'm wrong, Tony, then we don't have much recourse. But if we give a criminal trespass notice, then we can call.
But without a member calling you in, you actually don't have a reason to come in here unless you convince them you're gonna stay at the motel or whatever. Or I guess when the
Right.
pool's open, you could, Or they could say, I'm going to the golf shop, or anything, any
Or do
reason.
historical tours.
Any
There's
reason
a
to
lot
come
of
in here,
reasons they
yeah.
can, yeah. be on
Not
the
at
board without a
midnight,
guest.
but during the day, yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, several years ago, I was chair of the revision of the rules and regs. Excuse me, they were never they were given to the board but never approved. And so I guess there's need to probably look at those again, revise again. And I'm willing, I guess, to try to write the policy.
Like you have nothing else to do.
Well, I don't, I finally got my grant done and got my building is up. Excuse me.
Well, we
But-
still have a copy of those that we worked on, yeah.
Yeah, and I'd be glad to attempt to write a policy for this with the idea that it'll be a draft and members can talk about it or, add to, et cetera, and give it to, I mean, personally, I think security and the general manager, in terms of being operational people and not bored necessarily. I mean, yeah, you might want to approve everything as far as, having somebody leave permanently. But anyway, I'd be glad to write a policy.
I think that'd be wonderful. If you're willing,
Yeah.
take a shot.
And
Well, you're talking about just a policy, not.
well,
not
that's
the
what you're
rules and
talking about. You need a procedure
Yeah.
to go through the steps, and I'll be glad to write that.
That's great.
And,
Thank you.
obviously,
To look at, yeah.
it would be a draft
Okay.
only. So, and I guess I would send it to each of you. That sounds the right thing.
Yes.
Okay. So, and if anybody wants to add to it, help me, that'd be great.
Thank you, Helena.
In conjunction with that, because the rules and regulations are for members, there is a separate rules and regulations for renters, RV park. But I think to carry it further, to put teeth into it, there has to be some kind of assessment for violating.
That's the policy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
Of
policy.
But there is nothing that says it anywhere.
It's on,
It's in the
it's on the
declaration.
website.
It is?
The policy resolution.
If I get caught driving a golf, my 3-year-old kid gets caught driving a golf cart,
Yeah, because you're violating the rules and regs. You can be
right, so
fined.
what happened?
You can be fined
Fine.
What's the fine?
up to $200 per instance.
So, but my point is, who can issue that?
The board.
So you have to oversee all the rules and regulations.
Ultimately,
And if somebody violates them, you have to send them a bill or a fine or an assessment, whatever you want to call it.
yes, after proper notice, yes.
Maybe there should be a procedure then for what's fine and how that gets,
A warning procedure.
actually,
Well, yeah, and that's for another day.
Working on that.
All right. Now we can go to the Creative Collective.
Thank you. Okay, I'm easy. I'm not asking for anything right now. Well, maybe a little. The mission statement we've got fairly done. I thought y'all got a copy of it.
Yeah.
The mission of Creative Collective of Fort Clark Springs is to promote a colony of artists and artisans. We already have one in some ways. At Fort Clark Springs and provide art education to the local community. The Creative Collective is organized for support, communication, creating, sharing, mentoring, studio space, and increasing profitability of arts and artisans and you guys, and further education of the arts within the community. At this point, the Creative Collective is open to all arts in the county, and we could actually probably extend that out. We've got people from Del Rio and studios. What I need from you guys to do this, I need to be just to prove that I'm alive and this group exists. Because I keep saying Fort Clark Springs and I haven't asked you guys. So the name, we named it the collective. the Creative Collective, and the initials are CC, which is exactly like community. So, and somebody said, which group are you with? Anyway, so we put it as Fort Clark Arts, and it's a creative collective, just sort of we're within that group. We thought that would work. It would be officially from Fort Clark Springs, so that name would be spread. The proposal has no monetary impact at this point. The goals in these that I've mentioned are general goals, with the exception of the partner with FCS to have studio space to produce and show art. All of the collective wants to have a gallery. And we need space that's where we don't have to climb up 2 sets of rickety stairs. That's one of the bigger things. We have looked at all of the buildings that you guys have that's empty, that has where you can walk in. And we really could use the Seminole. We could make that work. It would give additional, people could have meetings. There's ways where we can introduce even music involved. There's enough floors there to do some. There's lots of work that has to be done. It doesn't have water. It doesn't have a bathroom.
You're talking about underneath.
I'm not talking just about underneath. I'm talking that and the underneath. The underneath, the basement, as they call it, it's really not a basement. It's like a walkout thing. There's 8 windows that have to be replaced. That's one thing. There's no electricity down there that can be used. There's no plumbing down there that can be used. There's no plumbing in the whole building that can be used. And I've gone, and not because they're going to get the money or get the job, and I have numbers coming in from contractors of what it would cost to just get us in the main floor, which would have really not, we were in the main, we took up, that's where we were for Fort Clark days. Nobody had any problems spending the day showing their stuff. And I was notified of that by about 10 members.
So for this though,
I need the name done.
well, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, you're not a committee of the board or anything, so you don't need our approval to name your club or your collective.
Well, as long as y'all have written down, it's okay that I name something that's named after y'all's.
After Fort Clark.
After Fort Clark.
What is the name again?
It's Fort Clark Arts, a creative collective. Okay.
And
we
the only thing that would ever
Studio.
collide with that is if Fort Clark Springs intended to have its own creative collective, which would be like that never happens.
That was some of the things that we discussed in is to have the space to have almost like you rent your place.
Right, and
That
that's
kind of stuff.
different than this, 'cause
This.
we're not there.
No, but I do want to look at those numbers and bring those back to you. I don't expect y'all to have to fix everything. We will do grants and we'll do fundraising and we'll see how long it takes.
Different question.
Sure.
Your Seminole Hall obviously is a vast building, but you are bringing up a lot of costs as far as what it would take to get that.
It would cost any of the buildings that we've looked at.
So what about the adult center? I mean, we have a gym now that that's taking all that equipment. So is it more complicated than Seminole Hall?
Yes, because there's so many, you said the word asbestos, and until that's completely clear and the plumbing is completely clear, because you have another leak on the floor because it's all old and it was built at the same time as the basement stuff. I don't want to put my people in there in any kind of harm.
And if the asbestos was remedied, like let's say that was gone, would that somehow change?
It could be a studio. I don't see that as a gallery though. And the potting area that we looked at is big, but it has as many issues as anything else. And we looked up all the chemicals that you never get rid of, and we don't want our pictures in there, or the quilts in there.
In where?
In the big potting area in the back.
Oh, you mean the
Pottery.
ceramic?
Yeah, ceramic. Kendall says she'd give lessons if you guys would let her. So that's there's a whole thing going. It could work, but we still want a gallery. It would be better if I was near the gallery, I can have people painting and watching the gallery. So there's some things like that.
Are you considering
And that's-
air conditioning? Are you gonna go no AC and accept that?
No,
Humidity,
I have a whole,
humidity and all
okay, here's it. This is the first part of the plan.
Yeah, this is
I want-
all we're,
I just didn't do today.
Oh, just.
But I'm getting numbers. Y'all can see them when I get them and get them all organized. I have to finish writing a scope of work, okay? And I've never, ever tried to get, does the board have anybody that's knows anything about getting grants?
You want to talk to Ms. Gutierrez and Ms. Hobbs, the ones that were here earlier.
Okay,
That may steer you in the right direction.
okay. Because
Or
there are,
Annabelle.
yeah.
Annabelle checks.
Okay. Well, and so then I probably will look to make us not-for-profit, and that'll happen sometime this year. But we are needing space. We're going to need space, and y'all need to think about it. It would be a win-win, as I see it, because we're in there for Fort Clark Days anyway. You're getting money once a year. You could have monthly income
well,
every month.
bring us.
I will. Okay.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
I mean, it speaks to the larger vision of the board, right? I mean,
Yeah.
what we want.
Right.
And we got to continuously reinvent that because
If you don't, you don't exist. And we haven't had a pool. So arts is a good way to bring people in. We're getting better on the pool. We have a pool this week, and maybe next week. But the reality is that we need things to bring people in. We see us having a once a month, last Saturday of the month event, to bring in different artists and different people and things like that.
awesome.
All right.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
I'm good? Okay,
You're good.
okay, thank you.
First Friday proposal. Actually, we're gonna just take a 5-minute recess.
Everybody have fun.
Sorry.
Bye.
Who's your?
Bringing this meeting back to order. And I'm going to stall the first Friday for just 1 second because Tony has gotten the report from the election committee, so we're going to read that into the record.
Okay. Bear with me if you will. 2024 Board of Directors Election Final Review and Recommendations. 23-24 Election Committee submits the following comments and recommendations. A, issue. The mailing labels were printed as required. However, some memberships were listed as deceased. As long as the property is still owned by a member, we are required to send a ballot. In this case, ballots marked deceased would not be considered valid by the independent auditor. We also continue to receive envelopes returned with inaccurate addresses. This is a yearly problem. Recommendation. The committee recommends that Administration Member Services review the membership list beginning mid-December through mid-January to identify any deceased addresses. In addition, we recommend that AMS Administration send letters to all members identified as deceased to determine whether the property ownership has been transferred to an estate or some other ownership. We also recommend that AMS also contact the tax office for information that it may have. The committee recommends that administration be given the list of returned mail immediately after the annual meeting so that it can begin researching the members to correct invalid addresses. B, the issue. We had problems with water-based bottles used to seal envelopes. It's a messy procedure. Recommendation. We recommend that the administration order actual gum glue sticks for sealing envelopes for future envelope order. I'm sorry. We recommend that we order self-sealing envelopes. Auditor return envelopes can be standard adhesive black. Issue. C. Every year, someone suggests that we simplify the ballot to make it easy to read and understand. Recommendation. Each year, the committee reviews the ballot language. Certain information must be included on the ballot. We review it every year before ballot printing. D. Issue. The Postal Service now requires that we separate local Brackettville mail from all other mail. Recommendation. This year, the committee separated the mail as soon as it was sealed and counted. It was placed in separate mail trays. We discussed the possibility that administration can print 2 sets of labels, one for local mail and one for other mail. We can then assign the stuffing and sealing tasks to separate tables. General summary. This is the second year that ballots were printed in yellow to distinguish them from other enclosures. Print shop also folded the ballot in pamphlets, which saved the committee considerable time. We again assigned a team to each table with a quality control person to ensure there was a ballot in each envelope and that all 50 envelopes were sealed. The committee member checked and recounted each bundle and separated local and non-local envelopes into mailing trays. The board secretary kept a count sheet. The membership list contained 646 names. We mailed 1,646 ballots. The mail trays were delivered to the post office's care, custody, and control at approximately 11:15 a.m. on Friday, February the 9th. Administration had already taken care of the first class pre-sorted mail account. We'd also like to thank the volunteers who donated their time on Friday the 9th to stuff and seal envelopes. Some members volunteer year after year, providing additional experience to make the process go smoothly. This year we had almost an error-free day. Volunteers, you are truly amazing. Respectfully submitted the election committee, Sandy Hagan Chair, Barbara McFadden, Francis Bitter, Carol Hayter, and Pat Steffens.
Thank you, John. All right. First Friday proposal. You're up.
All right, good morning. So, and we'll got some stuff she's going to pass out here. Over time, we've talked with the board about different things that need to happen around here and how everyone can get involved, how people can volunteer, how can we bring more benefit to the membership. So we've been going back and forth with the board of directors with a proposal for a First Friday event starting in May. Today, we are bringing it in front of the membership so that we can hear any concerns or if there are any questions around that. There's been a pretty detailed process that's been presented to the board, and we can answer any questions about that as well. But mainly, to hear if there are any concerns from the membership and then follow up with any additional questions. So the event will be on May 3rd from 5 until 8 p.m. We'll need a little bit of time to set up before and a little bit of time to take down afterwards. The event will be on Patton Road. We would block that off. There would be a band, several different vendor booths, face painting, bounce house for the kids to come out and participate. And all of these things, we've seen in this area before. I think in 2018, the exact same area was used for the Easter celebration. There was a bounce house there on the common property. And so we want to go through, and part of the process as well, we went around the parade ground at the request of the board to make sure that anyone who is going to be in that zone, even though it's from 5 to 8 p.m., would be aware that there would be extra traffic, some extra noise, and that there would be people present in that area. So I believe we collected most of the signatures of the residents that are here full time. There were a few vacant properties that we weren't able to collect the information from, but that's kind of where we stand today. So I'll open it up to board questions around the event.
I don't think I have any questions about the event itself. Anyone else?
I guess, the big question is, the general big question is, how does Fort Park benefit from having this event? What is the benefit? It should always be for the benefit of the Fort.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, and thank you for asking that because I didn't cover that part, and that's a pretty important piece. So instead of this being a cost to the membership, what we've designed is a platform where we can go out and get sponsorships. We have a local business that has donated ad space for these sponsorships. And so when they go for a sponsorship for First Friday, they will be given space to use throughout the year in different capacities, in different forms of media. So that's where we're creating value for the vendor.
Being humble.
This is keeping the cost away from the membership, and so it will be free. In this deal, we hope to raise $30,000 for the first event, which would go towards paying for a reserve study that would help the membership understand kind of what the needs and what the board is looking at all the time. We all have our ideas around what bathrooms need to be fixed and what windows need to be fixed and roofs reshingled. This would be a tool that would help as they're making their assessments so they can look at and figure out what they need to do and how to prioritize that along with the membership wants, what are the physical needs of the facility. So that would be our goal. And so that's a separate process where, with the board's approval, we'll bring them several different candidates and try to, kind of mitigate some of the work that they have to do and more like bring you here, look at these. If you don't like these, we can go find some more, and we'll go through that process. That's the second step. And so in order to get those funds to the association, we originally contemplated using a 501c3, but in order to do that, we would need to provide some charitable value. Because they are receiving a service for their sponsorship, there's almost zero charitable value, which then puts more paperwork on the 501c3. So instead of using a 501c3 to control the funds, what we would like to do and what's in your packets is a third-party fundraising agreement, which is often used by organizations, nonprofits that are raising funds with other organizations on top of that. So the agreement that you have in your packet allows for that, and it basically secures both sides. If the money's going to come in under that form, then here's what it's slated for. There's an accounting policy there. There's a reporting policy so that everyone can see how that flows. And there's a date requirement.
And I mean, so I think on February 24th, we submitted the initial proposal and had a list of the objectives on that. And I do want to say we posted these because we've been sending out emails and getting signatures and all of that, and just want to be transparent. And so there is a website, fortfirstfriday.com, and so that's got these proposals on it as well, which has the objectives listed and these agreements. And so, yeah, the third party fundraiser agreement would just make everything very clear that we're not obligating. There's no fiduciary or financial responsibility from the fort for anything that we do. And then we would outline that deposit timeline and how that would work.
Anybody have any questions about the third party agreement?
Yeah, I do. Okay. Because I'm hearing something, Travis. I just want to clarify. Can you explain to us the necessity of a third party agreement?
So there is no necessity for it other than protection for both the association and the group that's putting on First Friday. It formalizes the process, much like the RV committee or Friends of Dickman. They operate kind of sort of under an understanding with y'all that they're going to use common property and raise funds and then put that back into the association. This just formalizes that agreement so that if there's ever a question of, when dollars get larger, people want to know where they go, right? And so this process, this agreement allows for a structure so that someone comes to you and says, John, why did the director allow these guys to go out and do, well, we have an agreement that says, like, this is how the money will come in, this is how it's being raised, and this is how it gets back to the association. So it's really just to define that. And like you said, you're not going to be here in 5 years, and hopefully this event is still going on. And hopefully this document is a roadmap that can be used with other organizations.
I think we may need to ask our local legal mind what he thinks about the third party.
But only his opinion. Never.
No. I'm not gonna do it.
Well, I don't mean a legal opinion, I just mean your board opinion.
I have a question.
Well, it can't hurt.
Of course, of course.
Just to clarify, another two things. Third party, they first started off using possibly the historical people or community council.
Right.
So then money would be deposited. This is the way I understood it, and clarify anything for me. Money would, let's say, community council would be the host of the money. They would have the money, it would be there sitting in their account.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming y'all would have access to that money or needed, you would go to them to get the money out.
Yeah, we'd have to go to them to do
get
that.
the money out
Yes,
of the account.
yes.
Okay. But what you're proposing is not to use them or anybody else, but create something else where there's an account that only you two are gonna control?
No.
Who's gonna control it?
So in the agreement, it talks about that, yes, we would have access to it, and there would also be reporting, but we offered to add whoever sits as the treasurer as viewing and being able to access all
And
that.
those reports, I mean, especially at this point, and because we're really just talking about this one event, the idea is that we will do this and we can come back and
Disperse the fund.
disperse fund, but also discuss how we could continue this as a series moving forward and how this might grow or change to fit whatever the association and the community thinks is going to be best for everyone. And so the idea is that, it would continue, and as things change in different organizations and 501c3s, aside from the fact that it doesn't really apply, like you want to.
Yeah, so what we're actually going to do is the way that we're doing this, because when a sponsor comes in and they receive X amount of ad space from our presenting sponsor, that they're receiving a service for the dollars that they're giving to the event. So if there was a 501c3 involved, they would actually, and their tax declaration, have to go and designate, we received these funds, but they were not a charitable donation. So then they have to report that on their annual tax statement. They have to then issue that to the sponsor as well to say, like, these were not donations, and this little smidgen of that was charitable value. And so the paperwork and the burden on the 501c3s would be more than it's worth. And that's why and the reason that we wanted to use the 501c3 to begin with was so that there was a formal process. So in order to mitigate that risk of not having a formal process and just having a bank account, and also if it was a bank account that was associated with just the organizers, then we have a tax liability. And like, I don't want to talk to my CPA about that.
Well, and so it would be like sort of an unincorporated, so it'd be, we would, there would be a bank account that would be under First Friday or Colony Road Corps, which is an unincorporated nonprofit. And so, you know, again, we're open to suggestions on that, but it needs to kind of be in this scenario. I mean, with the way we've, in looking at all options, this is really the only thing that makes sense because of it. And originally, we also weren't going to be so dependent on the sponsorship and the marketing value. But in order to really like increase the value for the sponsors to make a better quality event for the members, we really have to provide more sponsor value. And so there is more being in exchange.
There's also one more piece of this that is key. Okay, so in Florida, this has already started to happen with HOAs, but at the state legislature level, they're already requiring these reserve studies. And because of the issues that they had with the high rises and the concrete and whatnot. So at some point, this is going to come down in Texas, whether it comes from the insurance level or it comes from the legislator. So in order to do that, if we did do it with a 501c3 and the money went into their pool and then they paid for it, they would own the reserve study. When the insurance requirement or the legislation comes down, the association is going to be required to own that. So we could go and do this year, and then in 3 years, the requirement comes down and we've already paid for it, so we're good to go, right? No, because you don't own it. But in the way that we're doing it now, when the First Friday bank account rolls to FCSA, FCSA pays the vendor, FCSA owns the reserve study, and so now you're ahead of the curve, plus you have a planning tool.
Could the study not be given or sold to the fort for $1 for community council?
Well, but then if people gave charitable donations in order to acquire that study, even if it was just a smidgen, now that throws the whole thing off, and now you've got a whole reporting structure that has to be redone because that was given and sold, and it can't be sold at that point.
Well, then you'll have some complicated tax issues with the 990, and I'm like,
yeah,
go and document all of those donations. So
the issue of having kids games, which I think is a great idea, and it's not going to be a liability to the port. You all going to provide an insurance.
Yes, we have our own insurance policy, event insurance policy. I believe the cost is listed in the budget at $150, but that will cover all of that.
Wasn't this already proposed to community council?
Yes.
A portion of it was taken
it
to
wasn't
community
proposed.
council. Yes,
I
yes,
happened to be at that meeting.
yes.
Okay. It was discussed, and so that was sort of like initially we were really just kind of trying to do some legwork to get something, to propose and pull all the pieces together. And so we talked to Francis, thank you so much, and Barbara McFadden, and we were asking about the license for the movie because the idea is, and it was also originally going to be in April, and then kind of was delayed, but and so it's going to be Birding and Beatles block party, and so we'll have a Beatles tribute band and a movie showing hopefully at the Post Theater to play Across the Universe, which is a Beatles themed movie. And so I just reached out to the movie license to see how much that was going to be and what the process was. And then she recommended she said that they have an account for Fort Clark Springs with Francis. And so anyway, it just all kind of like picked up speed. So yes. So,
and we've had other organizations reach out as well to say, can we add to this? Friends at Dickman Hall reached out and said, can we do something there that will then draw people to Dickman afterwards when we close down? So we'll continue those conversations.
Well, I think we I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, we'll work all those details out, but those other conversations are on,
and then
we'd love to have the.
Can we announce the garden club?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And then the garden club has also voted to have their plant sale at First Friday, which is very exciting. So we will kind of all community, anybody that wants to be involved and have vendor spaces or informational booths or volunteer sign-ups or what have you. It's just kind of a collaborative.
This almost sounds to me like we're creating another committee.
No.
No. Well, no, not yet. So in the next round, so pilot event now, come back, hear all the bad stuff that happened, figure out what we did wrong. Then let's look at how do we get to a series which may require a committee or something like that. But let's get through the first one and the after action report and go from there.
So is any of the requirement for the third party agreement because y'all are trying to bite so much of the elephant?
No. I mean,
If this was if your goal is to only raise $5,000, would this be necessary, or is this more necessary because you're trying to raise $30,000?
I think in the long term, it would be necessary if you're raising $500. If you're over the school age lemonade stand taxation exemption, you should have this agreement. In the long term.
it's really, I mean, it's very standard. And in fact, of course, if y'all want to make changes to the agreement itself, it's basically sort of a compilation of a lot of different agreements that are really standardized and used a lot. So, it's pretty.
Well, I appreciate your time on the on creating the process part too. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in there, which a lot of it's necessary, but I think that's good for the association. I'm 100% in support of what y'all are doing. I think we probably need to talk, just my personal perspective, we need to talk about the third party thing in executive session. Other than that, I mean, I support all along y'all's it's awesome.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. And can we get with after you all talk in executive session, can we get with the GM this week so that we don't have to, or how do you envision that?
Or Vanessa, I mean, how do we?
Yeah, GM, event coordinator,
Whatever.
How do you want to?
Basically, we just need to get moving because.
Sure. I mean, when can you communicate whatever we decide? Monday?
Tuesday. Yeah, in town.
But can we get something? I mean, if y'all are talking about an executive session today, is there?
Oh, to let you know?
To let us know.
If there's going to be something, I mean, if there's something that we can start working on, changes, whatever, if you could give us those, and then maybe Tuesday when you get back, if there are changes, then we'll have those ready for you and go from there.
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect.
It'd be fun.
And, oh, wait, we got some questions.
Yeah, as treasurer of community council, I'm more interested in, are you planning on us creating you another bank account or just keep?
No,
We're not going to use community council.
No.
Because we don't want to create that. Yes. I wish you'd have asked that 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes of stress you didn't need.
It won't, yes.
Okay, right.
That is to relieve you of that burden.
So this first one's going to be at Pattonville,
Pattonville.
and are you going to have it there all the time, or are you going to float around the fort? Okay, never mind.
We don't know yet. That's to be discussed at a longer term. Is there a better place? We don't know. If we get out there and it's not, what we want or what's needed, then we'll look for a different place.
Everybody's happy with, what the heck?
Thought about I know they brought it up about maybe first Saturdays, just so it don't, conflict with Del Rio and Uvalde, and we can get some of those folks here for it in the future.
I think that there's so many opportunities. And so we could, maybe second Saturday or with the creative Fort Clark's art. I'm sorry.
I would actually say that there's potentially a way to create a more vast network, because I know in speaking with the group in Del Rio that just First Friday, a lot of the problems that they have is vendor burnout. And so a vendor comes and they're there every First Friday. They see the same people. But if they had kind of a circuit where they could do, I'm going to do First Friday in Hondo, or I'm going to do First Friday. And so we can attract, because people are going to have different things. They're going to be going to baseball here, going to baseball there. Let's stop in the First Friday there versus in Del Rio. And so in order to create a network for vendors to work on, I think it actually benefits the organizations and the different events by having a tour of them versus just one.
Okay.
Make that a
great job.
And I want to say thank you too. I mean, I know John did, but I think we all think it's a great idea. And it will definitely benefit for it, with or without the resources. Although that would be great.
Yeah, so we're really excited about it. I'm probably more excited. It's really techy. The first one that we've looked at is super techy. It's got all kinds of widgets and APIs and whatnot.
Does have the
So
ability to, like, if this, then that, of like a, you know, if we did this with.
whole different meeting.
Anyway,
much longer
yeah.
topic, but
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Swimming pool operation.
You want me to give an update on just
Is there an update?
meeting?
Oh, yeah, you can. Yeah.
That's a negative thing.
I'll let everybody know, we really hadn't advertised this or anything, but as you all know, last year, man, the time's flying by. Last year, when the pool went dry, we were trying to find, we were still exploring viable options for being able to operate the pool without spring flow. I met with a gentleman after, I mean, I have lots of molars in my drawer. That's how many teeth I had to pull just to get one person to show up. It's impossible. I call all these companies and I ask them, you know, hey, we have a spring fed pool and we'd like to find a viable solution for it in a drought, which the more I've delved into this, the more I realize it's a really historical situation, because we have the third largest spring fed pool in the state, and it's potentially not going to be spring fed. You know, to say it happens 7 or 8 times in, you know, the next 10 years over the course of a broad, you know, several months at a time. So we're trying to find a solution for that, but it's, when you really, you know, get down to the nuts and bolts of it, it's pretty interesting in the historical part of it. But we had a gentleman come out from Gary Pools, and over the phone, it was kind of hard for him to understand, well, why can't you just plumb it? And it's like, well, you can't do that. I mean, it's a spring-fed pool, it's historical, so on and so forth. But once he got here, we had a good discussion, and he took some photos and he said, this isn't a problem. Building an external system that would circulate water within the pool, would have to do about 2,800 gallons per minute. It would have to circulate the water 6 times per day. And that would be a commercial regulation. Oddly enough, it gets somewhat complicated from there, because if you think about it from our perspective, from the association's perspective, it's a 1 million gallon pool. That commercial application is somewhat, seems very excessive for that size of a pool. But nonetheless, he said that it wouldn't be a problem to design it. He's currently doing that, and then going to submit a bid to how much that would cost. Therein lies a few other problems, is that, you know, by law, it would be a capital improvement project. It would be over $50,000, which means we have to have multiple bids. Well, it doesn't technically mean you have to have multiple bids, but you do have to have an adopted bid process. And nobody wants to come look at it other than Gary Pool so far. So there's some hurdles to still get over there, but we just wanted to let you know that we were still working on it and trying to find a solution. And maybe in the future, we'll have a solution for a dry pool, you know.
Could we not address one of the, you know, the farmers that have the excess water and get it pumped down here, pay for it? You have to pay for it. But there's a group already talking about selling water to Laredo. Yeah, and I don't know the facts or the details, but we could explore that perhaps.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, we have a well right here, mud.
I don't know what you're
permit.
But I'm talking about the spring. Yeah.
Like pumping water into the creek bed of the spring?
From one of the wells that is
That's draining the spring.
So exactly.
So we're gonna drain that
That's
aquifer
right
to
in the
fill the spring
aquifer
that
that releases
stops
our
naturally
pressure.
doing it.
So we don't have enough pressure for the water to come down. We're about the highest spring in this group of springs around here. And so we're the first to go with because of the water pressure that's not there as it flows through.
it doesn't flow, gets everybody else first.
I don't know how you would practically accomplish that.
I don't
So
either.
this-
I just am throwing that out.
This was actually done in the past when Brown and Rue days, and there is a pipe that runs all the way back into the pool. And if you look in the box on the southern side of the entry box, there's a pipe that comes in, and that's where the well water came from. Now, this is the important part. What is now known as a Zone 3 well. So Zone 3 wells have less correlation to the impact of the spring flow. And our wells, the mud wells, are actually on the edge of the Zone 1, which has the most correlation to the spring flow. So I think that's where the idea comes from, is that this was done in the past. There is a pipe. I have no idea if the pipe's any good, if it's all still there.
But do you know where the pipe goes?
So it was I could go find, it's a Brown and Root property that was owned on the other side of 400. So Mr. Brown had a ranch over there that had a well, and he piped it all the way back to the pool.
But it's not really the same quality of water that we're getting here.
It's a Zone 3 well, so I don't know the water quality, and the water quality from then and now may be completely different.
Well,
And if it's been done before, it could be done again with a different zone.
Sure.
Well, and if their permits allow them and incentivize them, someone else, wherever it may be, to use all that water, and if there's consideration, I don't know, but to sell water, it would just be the difference of us, instead of us buying from mud, potentially looking from someone that's already selling anyway.
Right, and then you have the implication of, so mud, their permit has 670 acre feet. Because of the age of our infrastructure, they bump up against that every year. And so if there was ever a situation where we did have proration at the water level, they have a commercial permit, even though they're a municipality, or act as a municipality or as a utility, they're actually in the commercial permit range. And so if we were to cut other permits on buying a drought mitigation plan, the mud permit would come down as well, unless something has changed as it is today.
So
That's an option.
I think we kind of got off track, but this would just be my opinion, my knee-jerk reaction, so it might not be said the best way. I'm all about water conservation. The idea that we take water from somewhere else in this county and pump it into the spring in order to have water in the creek, I have a really hard time understanding.
Yeah,
we're trying to figure out a way to have.
Exactly.
We're trying to figure out a way to have a swimming pool,
right,
that's viable even in a drought, that that we can use for that water that gets pumped in there, other than evaporative loss, can stay in there for 10 years.
Yeah.
It's going to be whatever, right? In theory.
I mean,
Right.
1 cubic
I
foot a
agree.
second, 1 cubic foot a second is about 725 acre feet per year, 24 hours a day. So that's equivalent to the mud permit to get 1 cubic foot of flow
Well, yeah,
over
so
an entire year.
Yeah, and so, but when you fill the pool, you're filling 3.25 acre feet or 3.23 or something like that acre feet. So, I mean, I agree with you, John. I do not think that this is a long-term viable option, but I was just providing the context of where this idea comes from.
Yeah.
It has been done before. But one thing on what you are talking about, and we'll get back to you with more information around this, because you have the historical marker, please involve the Kinney County Historical
Yes.
Commission, because not just from a working with THC, but there's also the historical tax credit. Because the association is a nonprofit, you take that 25% tax credit, which would be whatever you spend, and then we can sell that tax credit to a for-profit corporation. And the commission can help you do that and get that paperwork done. So,
Well, and there's other hurdles too that kind of going to get to. Like, this isn't something that we can just go put down there right now today and just throw it all up in the air. We would have to meet with, this is historically unprecedented.
Mhm.
So we would have to meet with TCEQ and have a complete understanding with them in order to be able to put this in place that, necessary. And obviously chemical, like chlorine, would have to be non-measurable when it got put back into the creek. I know that's a concern. Stuff like that. But there's a lot of people that would have to be involved before we even got to the point where we said, hey, we can even talk about buying this or anything like that. There's a lot of stuff that has to happen.
yeah. And
Just know that we're still working on it.
Totally agree, and we'll get you information, because on that bid process, understanding what you're going to get back, because there are certain things that do apply and don't apply. So it's not just like, okay, it's a $150,000 project, 25% can be sold. it's not that, so it's gonna take some effort to look at the bid and understand what are the qualifying items of that. So then we can start doing the research on the commission side. If you get TCQ, if you get everyone involved, the membership, that now you know what it's really gonna cost versus.
Well, my goal would be to get a plan for this, and it goes through the proper channels, and then I am going to send the plan to you and the responsibility to you and Annabelle and say, figure out how to get this for free. That's what I'm gonna do.
Noting, I mean, even the electrical repair on the motel, because it's a historic building that is used for commercial purposes, that would have been an eligible expense for a historic tax credit in the state and federal, and they're similar in their structure. So just FYI, when we're thinking about new, updates and repairs and things that are needed,
It's a little haul project.
There's money out there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we can do the historic tax credit, and we will quickly get that information, but just keep that in mind in your back pocket.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. I know, I went down a rabbit hole. Sorry.
Swimming pool operation.
No, swimming pool operation was more about discussing, because we know the flow is already, low. The pool was cleaned this week, and it is filling, or it is full. I haven't looked today. They were filling it last night. Who put this on? Wasn't that you?
No, what?
The pool.
I think it was you.
No.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been me. Anyway,
Well, I kind of covered it.
yeah, you did. Yeah, you covered it. Let's do that.
Well, there was some discussion about when it was gonna be open.
Yeah. Because there was discussion about opening it earlier to the public.
Yeah.
The big thing is, cost effective. It's going to be too expensive to open it to the public if we want to fully staff it before Memorial. Yeah, when we normally open. I mean, we can be open and just, make sure our signage is up and, that there is no lifeguards, there are no attendants, and people can come swim, but it'll cost us more to charge than it is to not charge. That makes sense, because then we have to pay somebody to take their money.
Can I interject, please, regarding that? The last 2 years, the pool wasn't opening. After 4th of July, they were closed all the way till after Labor Day. So in the last 2 years, it was a lot of months that we weren't really operating. And I'm assuming if we were paying employees in July and August, that was a waste of money. Now, I suggested early on that we open in April because of the potential of having more water in April than in July and August. So I think we would even out if we got attendance, whether we got attendance or we didn't have attendance down at the pool, but that we keep it clean, operating, and people go down. I would prefer we start charging, if not April 1st, let's start April 15th, 16th, so we can make some money and have it ready to go. Because my hope is, and it's to the benefit of the membership, that if we open up April 15th, that it stays open April, May, June, July, August, all the way up to Labor Day, because it is going to serve the membership.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
I saw something was said to me that there were a lot of dogs down there now, running, swimming in the pool.
There was
With the
one.
dog doing laps in the pool.
There was
But that's a different, we need to finish up this topic.
Yeah,
Sorry,
well,
then
I'm
we're
just,
going on. And that just needs to be reported to security. If somebody sees it, then they need to report it. I mean, that's,
No one did. No one really cared. The dog ran on the wall, run off, went home with his happy family and had a kid. Then people posted on Facebook complaining. Which is
Yeah,
not
that's
really
where I
the way
saw
to
it
get it
on Facebook.
resolved. If that's really your concern is how many dogs are walking on the wall.
My concern is dogs are walking around everywhere pooping and they're not picking it up. which includes the pool area as well.
You're not supposed to be in the pool area.
I know. Well, I watch people walk by my driveway every day.
You ought to go by Gossip Park in Unit 1.
I mean, we all live here. We should all be respectful of each other.
Yeah.
The rule is to
Well,
pick it up.
you know, you see them yell at them. Yell at the speeders sometimes on Fort Clark Road. I don't know if they can hear me because they've already gone by, but I mean, all we can do is either, you know, tell our neighbors or the people that are doing it, or, you know, report them to security. We can put out a dispatch, but
Well, that wouldn't hurt.
yeah.
No, it wouldn't.
I've seen somebody go and collect it for about a week and then follow the other people home.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Here, you forgot your stuff.
Hey, you know what? It worked.
Well, there you
Yeah, right.
It's sad that we're having this conversation, but it is an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So I'd like to get back to the pool situation. So if we do open up April 1st, I mean, it's definitely going to be open for the eclipse. We already know that.
Right.
Okay. And then you would just keep it open until that, or
Well, I mean,
We don't want it open to the public during the eclipse.
right.
right. I mean, technically for the members, we're open all the time, you know, 365 days a year. Do we want to transition sooner to cleaning it every week instead of every 2 weeks? Usually we stay every 2 weeks until May. We can start cleaning it every week so that it
Why don't you wait and see how much algae's on the bottom and then just wait till then? That's what we did in the year.
I mean, we may not even have.
well,
spring
it
cleaning.
depends
It's about
on,
the time.
it also
Any
depends
minute,
on
so.
maintenance schedule. It's better if they already know they're doing it because then they work that into their schedule. And we can look into charging if that's all we're gonna do is charge and not put attendance down there. So,
And I also don't think you need to hire lifeguards. We went through that. This is my personal opinion. A lot of pools have swim at your own risk. Beaches have that.
I mean, we've never had
That's what we
lifeguards,
do
we've
now.
had pool attendants.
we've had
We did have
lifeguards,
lifeguards
but
We did?
back when, yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Oh, maybe
Yeah.
back in the old day.
no, they had them in the last.
That's actually a concern county commissioners, sorry, I hear myself, county commissioners had with their pool was instead of hiring lifeguards, they're advocating for
Attendance.
full attendance, you know, less qualifications required, you know, you still need CPR or whatever, but there's less qualifications required.
Thank you.
All right, well, I think we beat that one.
We got a lot.
It's my hope is that that if we're gonna make money, we open it to the public, I guess, after the eclipse. And maybe around April 15th or so, maybe.
Do it. Tax day. We could all go drown ourselves.
We can all go drink.
Kinney County Flood Mitigation Plan.
That was
That was the hazard plan. There's so many plans.
So many disasters that have happened.
So I'm not sure you should call it Tony's plan, because it's not Tony's plan.
No, I mean, if you want
Tony's plan, he made this thing up, didn't he?
I would have preferred we talk about this before we talk about it.
Some of you were present at the last workshop that was held that included the county commissioner's court. The mayor was present for the city of Brackettville and some of us from Fort Clark Springs as board members as well as individual. And at this point, I think we are at a point where collectively the board needs to make a decision about whether we intend to continue to participate in discussions and proposals as part of the flood mitigation plan. I said it at the workshop, and I don't necessarily want to repeat myself, but I think there's been a lot of emotional reaction and false information being spread throughout the community that there were things that could happen or were going to happen that would invade the integrity of the makeup of Fort Clark Springs. I've never believed that from the beginning, from initially finding out anything at all about this. This is my opinion, I'm not speaking to the board. I've never believed that that was the case. Through individual discussions as well as what I heard at the workshop, it is my belief that the fort can agree to continue participating in discussions and arriving at proposals for how the fort could benefit from grant money that FEMA may have available. Because it is, again, my personal opinion that there's a lot that needs to be done to help the flow of Las Moras Creek. And that Las Moras Creek has been neglected for a long time. And I'm not going to describe what I mean by neglected, but you can yourself go around and look at Las Moras Creek at almost every vantage point on the fort and see that there's a lot that could be done to improve the natural flow of water through the creek. So what I believe, the point that where we are today, I believe, is that we as a board need to decide whether we are going to approve continuing with participating and agree to, with the suggestions of members, try to decide what, if anything, we would like to accomplish in terms of cleaning Las Moras Creek, improving whatever needs to be improved along Las Moras Creek. I never believed for a minute that the plan was to have an onslaught of large earth-moving machines come onto Fort Clark and essentially destroy what we see today. But in order to protect those who live along the creek, it's important, and I'm not the engineer and I'm not the expert to say exactly what needs to be done, but just with the naked eye, you can see that there's areas of Las Moras Creek that need some attention. We can't continue, and this is my opinion, we can't continue to have it full of debris just for purposes of turtles being able to get up on the limbs in the creek and bathe in the sunshine. That creates problems, particularly if we were to have some flooding occur. My experience has been that Kinney County is less likely to flood than most places on earth, unfortunately. But I do believe that in order for us to have any chance of benefiting from some of the grant money that is available, in order to do what we collectively decide to do in Las Moras Creek, that we have to, in fact, approve as a board. We have to approve and agree to continue our participation in this flood mitigation plan.
Are you, is this something you want to vote on
I think we have.
today?
I think we have. I think we're at a point where if we don't, then we will lose the opportunities, because it's pretty clear to me that county intends to go forward, the city of Brackettville intends to go forward with their plans and requests for funding to accomplish some things that they believe needs to be done. And like it or not, whatever it is that they choose to do will impact Fort Clark. Even if we don't choose to participate or have anything done on Fort Clark, it is my belief that whatever it is they choose to do will impact Fort.
Yes, something.
I have something. Go first, go ahead.
Um,
You might cover it.
I agree with most of what Tony said. Monday was kind of a rough night for me, for the people who were there. I got blindsided pretty hard, honestly. But I do want to disagree and/or ask you a question, Tony. You mentioned then and you mentioned now that there's people that were spreading falsehoods. Can you give me one example of a falsehood that somebody spread? Because I honestly don't know them, and I'll explain after you answer.
You mean who they were?
What? No,
What was spread was that if we don't agree to participate, that because the Kinney County has an easement consisting of about 150 acres on Fort Clark, that if we did not agree to participate, then the county and whoever else is involved would then move into Fort Clark with large earth-moving machinery and essentially tear up Las Moras Creek, expanding its boundaries or its banks and anything that was in the way along what they decided needed to be remediated or changed.
I mean, nothing was said that wasn't written in the engineering plan. I mean, I'm not saying that plan was going to be implemented, but it was everything that everyone said was clearly stated in that plan.
So here's why I disagree. That plan came out, had been worked on for multiple years. That plan came out in November of 2023. How many months does it take to publicly state your position? 1, 2. It took me a few hours to read through the plan and go, this is not a good plan. And I've really done some reflecting on this to understand why people are upset at me. I do not support the plan. It is not a good plan, which has now been publicly stated by the commissioners. I have also stated that we must, it's not a choice, we must work with the city of Brackettville and the county to better the flow within the creek. We must. I've been very clear about that. But the problem and the reason that we'll just go out on an extreme ledge here and say conspiracy theories were spread is because of the lack of information coming out of that side. The side that evolved, not necessarily built the plan, but the side that asked for the plan. They could have sat down and in 10 minutes read the plan and went, we don't support this. That's not what happened. So I don't like that there's people being blamed for their opinions after I know a lot of these people that did their due diligence to read this plan and then said, we don't like this plan. In order for this to happen, this XYZ would have to happen. Those are called deductions from their education of looking at something. And this could have been stopped. Immediately could have been stopped. But you know what? We went to the plan, we went to the meeting on Monday night. And instead of there being 2 picnic tables propped up with nothing on them, instead of blank pieces of paper on these 2 picnic tables, the flood mitigation plan was on those 2 picnic tables, representing that they still believed in that plan. Now, I learned a lot of lessons Monday night, and they were hard lessons. And I won't forget them anytime soon. But to say that somehow this is the membership's fault, that there's this misinformation out there, is not right.
I don't think what I said is anything different than what you said, but I want to remind you, and I don't remember how much of it was mentioned during the meeting, the workshop on Monday. But long before you and I became members of this board, and I hope I'm right about that, but maybe I'm not exactly right. There was a person representing Fort Clark Springs in the process who failed to communicate what was discussed to the boards that were in place during his time here. And furthermore, it's been made very clear to me that that person said unequivocally to the commissioners and whoever else was at the previous workshops that the Fort did not want to participate in this plan at all. Period. Goodbye, Felicia. It's over.
Was that person Alan Peterson?
Yes.
Well, I would agree. Let's just say that that's factually 100% true, and you're very, very well could be true. And of course, I brought up communication. You know what? That's my hyper-technical detail orientation of wanting to know exactly why things happen. I am in no shape, form, or fashion do I hold the position of beating up anybody involved in this plan because of the plan. The plan was not, like I said already once before, the engineers came out, you give an engineer a problem, you don't tell the engineer how to solve it. Just like you don't give a problem to a lawyer and tell them this is how you solve it. It's not the commissioner's fault that the plan says what the plan says. Make that very clear. It is not their fault that it says what it says. But upon the plan being issued, where we stand is 100% up to us as individuals. And all we can do is what we read. All we can understand is what we read and what we see, and develop our ideas after that. Now, what I'm saying is I looked at the plan and I don't like it. I do not think it is a good plan. And I think that there's nothing wrong with me feeling that way. And I think that's part of civil discourse.
Did somebody accuse you of that? That it's wrong for you to think that way?
I'm not sure. I don't know. But what I'm saying is that all of the tension surrounding the water mitigation plan, that tension, that we'll just call it misinformation, we'll call it conspiracy theory, call it whatever you want, whatever anybody wants to call it. It's because nobody would state their position publicly in writing, and they've had plenty of time to do that. They've had plenty of time. We stated it immediately after we read it. Like, hey, Jason said, hey, I don't like this part of it. Memo said, I don't like, we've all said what we think about the plan, mostly publicly. And it didn't take us 5 months to do it. We did it right after we got the plan because we read it and we informed ourselves on it. And we said, this is what we do like and this is what we don't like. So what I'm saying is that the idea that we would be upset at any member of our community, whether you believe in the plan or you don't believe in the plan, for believing what they believe is not their fault. They can only read the plan and then come to a conclusion because there is no other evidentiary evidence, information telling us that something different is going to happen other than that plan. So this is why, guys, I got beat bloody for saying what I've already said. I'm probably going to get beat bloody for saying what I've already said today. And you know what? I don't care. It's right. We must work with the county because it's important for us to all come up with a plan that works with the county, the city, and the association. Because just like Tony already stated, if the city went in there and did a bunch of work on their end and they just said, hey, the port doesn't want to participate, ask yourself the question. Does that reduce flooding in the association, on the association's property? No, it increases it. Because it makes water come out of the city faster. We have to be a partner. But the idea that we can blame anybody for understanding anything other than the plan is beyond me. It's beyond me that that's been suggested. It's beyond me that people even hold that argument. Please, anybody, show me an alternate plan. Show me one scrap of evidence that is different from the plan that has been established so far.
You know, at the workshop, the county offered to return the easement to Fort Clark Springs. Those 150 acres could be given back to us. I'm not saying I want to jump into that, but I would like to fully explore the legal ramifications and financial ramifications of continuing to work with the county, but from the position that the membership owns the land along the creek as it was before the easement was created in 1961 or 2.
I don't think we have a choice but to continue to work with the county. We are part of Kinney County. And we want to take advantage of whatever benefits can be passed on to the fort through the efforts of the county. You know, I've already suggested it to at least one of you, maybe a couple of you, that what I would like to see done is that we approve continuing to participate in the flood mitigation plan conditioned on our ability to negotiate and to have more than just a little input into what is proposed to be done on Fort property. And if we don't like it, we say, no, we don't want to do that. They're not going to come onto this property with huge earth moving machines and start doing things that we don't want done.
I think we're all saying that.
In the whole, hold on, in the spirit of what Mr. Hackerville just said, I'm in the position, I've been in the position in regards, this is a huge thing that we're talking about. But I don't believe, whether I'm on this board or not on this board, that it's why people should decide this. I think if we go down that route, that this should go out to the membership for a vote. Once the membership understands the good and bad and ugly of the situation. Because the big picture, we're all owners of Fort Clark. If you own a piece of property here, you are the owner of Fort Clark. Thus, I would, if I was sitting, and I may be sitting in the audience next month, I don't want 5 people to make that decision for the entire Fort Clark.
Well, the decision I think, Tony, that you're asking for is not to, not the plan, but to continue to work.
Yeah, absolutely.
Listening.
Absolutely.
Same with the mitigation one that the ladies talked about. You gotta stay in it until you find out what it's all about.
But the main disaster that they want to mitigate, notice how they did not mention any flooding. It was all fire breaks. Because it's not conducive to their argument.
Well,
Because
it's a
that's a
different
contentious
plan.
item, that flood mitigation.
Well, but I
plan.
think
So they
that-
intentionally left it out, I would say.
No, I
Of
think
the
the hazard,
it was
the
all
hazard
fire breaks,
mitigation,
fire breaks.
as far as the county, just so that we are clear on that, because I read through all this
Yeah.
earlier.
It's completely
As far as the hazard mitigation plan, it does reference some flood, it references flooding in here. And about, not just creating fire breaks, but
Natural disasters is what they're
but
talking
natural disasters would be flooding, and that's in this paperwork. So, no.
But it's completely different. Yeah.
But it is a completely different plan. They're not the same thing.
But the thing is that I was at the meeting too, and what I heard was that I don't know the difference between a plan and a proposal. Okay? They kept saying it's a proposal that they had to get done because of a lawsuit back in 1989, I think they said.
Yeah.
And FEMA has been after the county to come up with something.
I don't think
I don't think
anybody's
so.
been after anybody.
I don't think
They-
anybody's
No,
been
no,
after
this is what they said.
Yeah, but we were there.
This is what they said.
Yeah, we were there.
And that I think every one of the commissioners, just like you guys, didn't like the plan or the proposal. But that in order to get on the list, say, for grant money from FEMA, they had to come up with a proposal.
Mhm.
They didn't say that this is etched in stone and this is exactly what we're gonna do. This was a proposal by the engineers to mitigate the problem of flooding. This is what they suggested. But the county also said, we don't have to accept this plan.
Sure.
Yeah.
But in order to continue being on the list for grant money to do something, we have to agree, all parts have to be involved. The county, the
That's
city.
different. What the flood mitigation plan is different than
The hazardous.
the hazardous
I'm
plan.
not talking,
We don't,
I'm
we
talking about
don't
the flood
have to
mitigation.
all be, that's not the discussion with the flood mitigation plan as far as them getting grant money.
Yes,
It's
it
all
is.
about liability.
It's coming from FEMA.
Yes, but it's different.
City has their own, county has their own.
Yeah.
Yeah. City is pursuing with county the hazard
But the
mitigation.
the end
County
thing
is
is gonna
pursuing
be,
flood
we're gonna
mitigation.
die and we're gonna flood out completely,
Well-
because if they fix everything north of us and we don't do anything,
Well, that's why
the
we
one's
have
gonna
to work.
stay here.
That's why we work with it. Yeah, right. Yeah.
And that, like you said, the county said they have an easement through Fort Clark at the creek, and they are supposed to maintain the flow of the water on the creek.
That's correct.
And they have not been doing that over the years. They
Well,
did-
to be fair,
They
let's be
did it
fair to
last
them.
year, I think.
Be
didn't
fair to them, because that's not entirely true. They have asked to come on the board and been denied that option in the past.
Yeah.
We have to be fair, right? Like,
Yeah.
don't,
Well, didn't they?
I'm not trying to,
No, I
just
understand.
so that everybody's clear, I'm not trying to villainize the county.
Anybody.
I've known all these people my
No,
whole
I
life.
understand that.
But yes, let me just make one small point because I can't help but make it. You were trying to explain more about the plan than the commissioners did in the meeting on Monday. Am I wrong?
No, they said, that's where I got this.
They did, nobody,
I was at
this
that.
could have been prevented. All of this tension and people being upset could have been prevented. And I'll make an example of that. We get emails pretty regular from upset residents, and we don't like it. It makes us really upset. It hurts. It hurts because of how hard we're trying to be a good board, right? You know how we responded multiple times from some of those attacks on us that we feel like are on our character, on our disposition, our morals, or whatever. We called a special meeting so we could sort it out, so we could talk about it.
No, I understand.
It's not complicated.
But the other thing
All right,
is
I think
that,
we're in the weeds.
no, but
We've
this
gone
was-
beyond the scope of what we're
This was on the
need to
agenda
decide here.
at a county meeting, right?
Yep,
Did anybody go?
we did. We all.
No, I'm not talking about the one they had just now. I'm talking about when it initially came up at a commissioner's court meeting.
But we can't review the
On the
past. We're gonna
agenda.
go forward with this. We're gonna go forward. Don't worry about the past. Let's go forward with what we have now. We know now what we know, and we're gonna go forward. We're not gonna worry about what we
I
didn't
understand,
do
but all I'm saying is
2
that,
years ago.
you know, if it was on the agenda in the commissioner's court to talk about this plan, you know, if we didn't go, that's our fault,
Well, okay.
because it would affect
What
It's not-
what the
okay.
plan was, okay? So
All right,
we weren't.
we're done with the discussion
Could have been, but we
because we're not getting anywhere on this. Tony, would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I
May I
move that
please
we,
speak? May I please speak?
please.
I'll be brief and I'll be in the mic. I want to respond to you, Mr. Hackerbill. 2 months ago, after a meeting, I approached John and I approached Lisa because I had received, and I would have approached you, I think Memo was standing listening. I started the process of understanding that there was something going to happen to that creek, or could possibly. And so I take blame and am fully willing to take blame that I immediately found copies of the maps and the 152-page document that cost somewhere between $118,000 and $136,000. I take full blame for disseminating that to anyone who would look at it. I paid out of my own pocket to have the maps printed so we could see it. It was not, when I spoke to you, John, can you answer? Did you really know the depth of what that plan was?
No, ma'am. Well, no, I did not. To answer your question.
And so I am the one who started the conversation. And I want to say to you that there was never a single person, board director or member, that ever responded in any way except in civil discourse and with facts from that plan. It was never. No one was blaming anyone. No one was saying, we all knew it was a proposed plan. But at one point, I had firm conversations back and forth with emails with the county commissioner that represents Precinct 4. And in some cases, there were many misrepresented facts that the board was going to say no was one of them, was going to turn it down. So, and I didn't even, I mean, there was lots of misinterpretation. So here I'm saying, and also the way I was treated as a speaker at that meeting, I was one of the first lay people that got up and talked, and things that were said to me were incredibly inappropriate and out of line for a professional meeting. So that said, I was a little bothered that someone would accuse me or any of the members of this association for being anything. There were no rumors. I never heard of one. There was nothing on Facebook. So if you heard something, I don't know who said it, but if I caused it to happen, like many of you do, I'm going to apologize, but I never disseminated anything that wasn't a fact, and I'm still going to do it because this is an extremely important issue. Now, this is what I want to say to you all personally. I'm not speaking for anybody but me. There's not some group I'm in. But I would like to say, I agree with the gist of what you're saying, and I think most of us do. I'd just like to request for the board to vote to send a registered letter to the county saying that the Fort Clark Springs Board of Directors will continue to participate in discussions and look forward to coming up with a plan that works for all, mutually beneficial. That would be you don't have to vote on anything today of what your stand is, but that you're open. I agree with you. We need to stay open, not because we have to, because we should. Not because we have to, because we should, because I have said since I first moved here in 2004, I was a school teacher over there in the independent school district. That Highway 90 is like the Grand Canyon. It divides what some perceive as the Fort people and the city people. And I would do anything in my power to not make that continue. So that said, I don't want to continue any discussions. I'm done. I thank you for listening. But if anybody disseminated information, just remember, it was Elizabeth. Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you very much. And I want to tell you, I'm sorry that if you were insulted at that meeting.
I was.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and I don't want to discuss it in detail, but I understand, and I'm sorry that you had to endure that.
It would have been nice if somebody would have stopped that person.
Yeah, you're right.
I'll make a motion.
Maybe I should have done that. Maybe John should have.
little clarification. Maybe I can say a little clarification
Hey,
on
hey.
just the subject as a whole or whatever. Sorry. That's fine. Well, just as a point, the county has been holding these Lost Moors workshops for a while now, but the most recent two were January the 4th and March the 11th. And it is important to point out what John said, that prior to March the 11th, we did not have a another plan put forth other than the plan that was written by Dirksen Engineering, and independently, Jason went down to Dirksen's Engineering and we talked to him, and it was confirmed that this plan that they developed, and the county commissioners on March the 11th capitulated that this plan does need to be implemented as a whole, and that it is not a good plan. And then later at the end, when they requested that the city and the fort state their stance, come to memberships during the board and make a stance as to whether or not they were going to continue with the plan or not. It was introduced by county commissioners that this is not, it is now new information, not a take all or nothing plan, but that they are interested in choosing piecemeals or going back to the table and redrawing based on the desires of the people involved. Thank you.
I just want to say one more thing. The reason most of us showed up at that meeting on March the 11th was because I personally requested in more than one email, could you please put it at a time when those of us who work for a living could show up at the meeting? That's the reason we don't go to meetings. They're in the middle of the day.
There's a lot to be said about that. I would like to move, I'll make a motion to do what Ms. Hodges proposed. Doesn't necessarily have to be in the form of a registered letter, but in documented communication that we convey to the Commissioners Court and the city of Brackettville, since they are a participant, that the fort is willing to continue participation and discussion. And that really should be the end of it.
I mean, I think we're willing to discuss and participate the day they started making the.
So that's your motion?
Contrary to the notion that we are opting out of participating in any of this. That wouldn't help anyone.
No.
It wouldn't help the fort.
That's your motion?
If we're invited.
Okay. Do we have a
No,
second?
we've been invited.
Do we have,
Only to participate in the discussion and future planning.
that's what.
No, zero commitment.
Absolutely. I'll second
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All in favor?
Uh,
Motion passes unanimously. Discussion, item number 9, I would like to table this due to time. Yep, unless anybody has any trouble with
That's
that.
fine.
Continue.
Yeah. 'Cause-
But
Madam President, before we leave the flood mitigation,
Okay.
who would suggest or what would be suggested to actually convey our approval of continuing participation with the county commissioners? I want to have something, it needs to be in writing.
Okay.
And so
send them a letter.
Okay,
Oh,
then I'll ask you to draft.
I'll draft a letter.
And send it to all of us.
Look, we're gonna table 9, but there's 2 trades out of unit 3. Yes, it was a disaster, but it's been pretty much cleaned up. And the third one is almost demolished and packed into containers. Maintenance was able to remove it short order. So these things can be removed out of here. And as we remove more, I'm sure we can refine the process and get it more economical and get some of these hazardous dens of meth heads and whatever else is going on in these abandoned properties. So that's a great thing. We'll discuss the park option or whatever we're gonna do with those lots.
One nomination, was that, just curiosity, that one you talking about, the oddball ones?
Yes.
Was that a foreclosure?
No, we've had it for a long time.
Yeah, from a foreclosure.
And maybe it was a foreclosure, but like.
That's what I was curious about.
The one that we tore down recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was, it probably was foreclosure, but not anytime I heard. It's been in the Fort's hands for a good while.
No problem. Okay, okay, he wants, John wants to speak really quick, about the golf course.
We're just gonna run through, I guess, some announcements. Just as I'm been on the board a year, it kind of gave me the hyper focus of what goes on at the fort. Just so impressed by all the volunteers that happen here. It's absolutely astounding. It's amazing. And so I'm going to give a shout out to all the volunteers that are helping. But I just want to highlight something that Max Wilson, our superintendent of the golf course, sent me. I asked him, as y'all know, there's been a lot of good progress at the golf course, and I really feel like in 6 months or a year from now, the golf course will look better than it's looked in a really, really long time. But I also want to highlight the fact that when somebody takes leadership, we've already have remarkable examples of this at the Recycle Center, that people jump on the train. So just want to give a shout out to the people that have done that at the golf course. Chad Newman has donated $350 for a bag of Bermuda seed. Charles Kelly has donated a new net for the putting green hitting area. Cash Bletzinger and Mark Johnson have brought a tractor to level the area around the putting green and tee areas on the driving range. They'll also be leveling the tee boxes once the water's back on. They're able to punch get the ground soft. It's too hard right now. The Men's Association has paid $1,168 for 3 bags of Bermuda seed and donated towards Mason McWilliams to hydro seed areas around the course. Mason McWilliams is going to donate his equipment and time to hydro seed around the course once the water is back on. Rick Snyder has been watering number 1 green. Our very own local hero Memo has been watering the number 2 green from their water hoses. Fort Clark Golf Association has donated many items like time, landscape rakes for bumpers, and material to rebuild the bunkers. And the Ladies Golf Association repainted tee box markers and yard markers in the fairway. And David Mann personally paid for, out of his own pocket, extra money the week before the tournament for an extra employee. He donated $260 extra for an employee to be there the week before the tournament. So, I mean, it's amazing, guys. It's awesome.
Could you put that out on dispatch so everybody else knows it?
Sure, that's just something like that.
Yeah.
But this is what this board is about. This is what this association's about, and most importantly, this is what this community is about. And it's just amazing. So I just wanted to thank everybody, that volunteers and everybody that's pitching in.
I wanted to add in Max, even though, we contract with him to do it. Max spends way more time here than we pay him for.
Yeah.
Way more time. And he hauled his own water truck, his own equipment out here with the pump down and had the guys, watering the greens, back and forth, filling up that water truck and just using his equipment when he doesn't have to. And when there's something, little or something, he goes digging through his own stuff to see if he has extra pieces to fix stuff that we have. So
I live on hole 1. I have never seen them work like they had for this tournament. It was wonderful. And I wish I'd videotaped.
All the good-looking guys out there.
Yeah, what's this truck doing here? And when they started cutting my oak tree, I got a little sensitive about that, but it's better. They really did a good job. And my son played, and he loved it. He said, we do not know the potential of that golf course.
Agreed.
Yeah.
But people are starting to see it. And I think that's why they're helping.
Yeah.
So it's awesome.
I think that all the good golfers are the ones that are really doing everything. Because we know they're handicaps, right, John?
We still talking about golf?
You're around Charles Kelly a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I celebrate my 36th meeting as a Fort Clark board member. Throughout the last 36 months, I've only missed one meeting. And I'm very grateful to the membership to have allowed me to serve for the last 3 years. I am attempting again to stay on the board, but that may not happen. We don't know what's going to happen on March 30th, but it's been my privilege to have served this community. A lot's happened, good and bad, but I focus on the good. And the big picture for me has been, I learned this from Russell Nolan and the gang at the museum. This place survived the takeover of the Confederate Army back in 1861. Confederate Army was here until the Civil War was over. And they gave it back to the United States. So, regardless of all our ups and downs, this place survived to take over the Confederacy of this port. We can survive anything. So I hope if I'm not reelected, that everyone give benefit of the doubt to the new member, the new board member, and hopefully he or she will do an outstanding job, and we will hopefully pray for them and wish them the very best. Thank you.
Okay, other than, what was your saying? Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Other than, one last announcement, which is, don't forget that Easter is, March 23rd. The Easter egg hunt, not Easter egg, right? It's been a very long one. And, there's still plenty of opportunity to volunteer, speaking of volunteers. Oh, and the sunrise service is on Easter, 7 a.m. in the amphitheater. We're adjourned to executive session. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, just want to let everybody know that's still watching. We are still in executive session, and I'll let you guys know when we're coming back. Throw up a little 5-minute timer.
There we go.
everybody know we'll be resuming stream in about 3.5 minutes.
It is 4:05 and we're back in session from executive session. We have just personnel discussions and then we had a discussion on the GM, of which we have decided on one. What else to say? I just lost my train of thought.
We're doing background check.
Yes. We won't be releasing the information until after we've done a background check and all the appropriate steps. So stay tuned. We are adjourned. 4:05.